Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, August the 22nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can see me and hear or see me and see my screen, or actually hear me and see my screen. Thank you, William. Somebody in YouTube, can you do the same thing for me? All right, guys. So what do we got? We got a couple of E's on the move: EEIQ and ELAB. These are the two to be watching, I guess, all day. 148% for EEIQ. Now, the only thing is, this came from 55 cents yesterday after hours, and it's at 134 now. A lot of times these will just give it right back up and get underneath the dollar, but we'll have to wait and see how this opens. There was some news on this company. The company announced year over year. So it's actually an earnings play. All right. So it is an earnings play. So could be active, should be active all day long. Thank you, JMay and RG or R Griffin in our YouTube room. Elab, I think also had some news. No, I mean, they might have some news. I just can't find it. I cannot find the news on ELAB, ELAB. So ELAB on a daily chart, 265 is the next high, and then after that, 290. So a little bit of room to that level. Remember Zoom, guys? ZM earnings play. I haven't seen Zoom in a long time. ZM is an earnings play, and let's see, $76. Next high is 76.65. Here's the 200-day moving average above it. I don't know. I have my doubts. I say I have my doubts that it's going to continue. The market is up a little bit today, and of course, we've got the Jackson Hole meeting today. I guess Jay Powell starts to talk at around 10 o'clock. AZTR. Okay, they did a one for 6.66 reverse split after hours. Well, it's effective today. Okay, so AZTR. Well, that's why I don't see any other news other than it's done this. It's executed at one for 6.66 reverse stock split. Expensive one, guys, but this is showing up a big move. UI now, yeah, it's pretty crazy. Should have taken it off the list. 4 million in the float. Are you kidding me? 4 million in the float for a $441 stock now. I don't know what the spread is like. Yeah, take it off the list. Really good spread. 433, 442. But it is an earnings play for Ubiquity, and that is UI. But I had no idea. I should have looked. That spread is ridiculous. Or not. Well, the spread is ridiculous, but also the float for a $400 stock. How many earnings plays there are? Hardly any, guys. So there is the EEIQ earnings play. My namesake, BKE, is an earnings play also. Yeah, I mean, hate is a strong word, but I have a difficult time trading it. How's that, Todd? I really have a difficult time trading SBET. Long time ago, months ago, it was what seemed to me a lot easier, but now, I mean, it just pops up, gives it up, pops up, gives it up. Hard, hard as an intraday trader, anyway, for me, the SBET. And I see why they're talking about an up to $1.5 billion share buyback. What does that mean? I mean, I don't know what it means, but why don't they just say an up to $1 trillion? I mean, seriously, 1.5 billion. I mean, so it could be anywhere from $1 to 1.5 billion. Okay, EDUC, not an earnings play. These are really the two. What happened to ELAB? ELAB, a bit of a header. Again, guys, I'm trying to find any news on this. If I, oh, okay, a definitive agreement. Okay, I didn't realize this was the name of the company, PMGC. I saw the headlines, but I didn't relate it to ELAB. So they're entering into an agreement with a company with North Strive companies. Okay, so I guess they're going to be acquired. So some kind of an acquisition going on. Okay, so that is the reason for ELAB. Okay, FMFC, FMFC. See any news on it? Yeah, I do not see any news on this one. FMFC, another low float, 8.7 million in the float. Just checking some XPON. Look at XPON. Yeah, so XPON, about a week and a half ago, got up to 550. This was an earnings play, I guess. Next day released. This was it released earnings, yeah, post market. So this was a reaction the next day. But look what happened. It got up to 553, but closed down here at $2. Not a lot of confidence inspired, something like that. Neg. Yes, I wanted to mention Neg. Boy, you were so right, William. You were so right. What did you say? Was it $103? They bought CEO or some officer bought $1 million worth of around 103, 100, $103, but $1 million worth. So it's an earnings play. Sales are 695 million, up from 612 million. Net loss is down. Okay, so they don't make money. They don't make money, but they're not losing as much now. Wow. So this is not, believe it or not, this is not. It's not a lifetime high. Must have done a lot of reverse splits. It's not a lifetime high. Not even close. Take a look at a monthly chart on this. Probably going to find some crazy. Well, there's a spike. Now, understand this is not. The stock did not get up to $1,584, but they've done a bunch of reverse splits. So when you multiply all those ratios together, you get an adjusted price of 1579, 1,579 compared to the current price. So, but anybody who's in this one from here, they don't care about this. They don't care that back in. This was back in. Looks like we did an IPO just before that in 2021. I have BHVN. Excuse me. I have BHVN on my list, and let's see. After the company announced that the FDA review of their drug has moved forward without an advisory committee, so that's always good news. I mean that's the good news. No advisory committee needed for genetic disorder drug. Advisory committee meeting originally planned is no longer needed. I mean, it's always good news. They're not going to be held up. You don't have to worry about what they're going to say. Now, whether their drug works later on, who knows? But So $104. So we bought, now I wonder if he's some kind of a numerologist. About 11,101 shares. Isn't that some kind of a numerology number? 1111 or something? Anyway, 11,111 shares at $104 for $1.1 million. Always look at buys. A long time ago, I had asked the company, and we get instant buy alerts. We said yes. Did not come to a fruition. In other words, when insiders are, or when there are big insider buys that have to be reported. I don't care that much about sales. I mean, unless it's en masse, all the C-suiters are dumping. But some guy, with a million shares and he offloads even 50,000. Who knows why? Buying a house, and kids through college, a lot of reasons. But buying a stock, and in theory, you don't have to, that carries more weight for me. I wish this hadn't come from under a dollar EIQ. But let's see. I mean, the float is so low, 6.3 million. Let's take a look at it on a weekly chart. Where could it keep going before it hits the next high? Let's see it on the weekly chart. Let's take a look at a monthly chart then. We're really going to pack this out. So the next high in a monthly chart is 198. So I mean, there is some room if we can get close to that monthly high. There is some room for this EEIQ to keep moving. I mean, I know it's up 148%. 53 million shares are traded already. Well, just like I'm doing right now, JK, I'm just looking to see if any one of these ones that have moved in the pre-market, when the market opens at 9:30, do they still have room to run? That's all I'm kind of looking at. You're asking me what so EIQ. If you look at a monthly chart, certainly has some room. Not saying it's going to get there. That's kind of what I do. Just keep looking left to see where could the stock keep running to before it hits into either daily, weekly, or monthly resistance. So I can see it on the daily chart. I turn to my weekly. If I can see it on the weekly, I turn to my monthly chart. So this one I don't like. I'm just looking at it right now. LIMN doesn't mean it's not going to take out. Actually, let me take a look here. Yeah, I mean, there's fours right there. And that is the next high. It's a four in a big way. I mean, I just don't like looking at a daily chart that has little areas where something could stall. Doesn't mean it's going to. Now, remember the APM? Where's Poe? I hope he did not hold that overnight. I know he said he might hold this one overnight. That was a great end of day move and a great after hours move. We were telling. When I left the room, I was suggesting everybody make sure you keep an eye on APM if it takes out four. So it did that, but I hope Poe did not hold this overnight. All right, oops, my announcement is still up there. So what did the market do yesterday? So the Dow was down, Qs were down, SPYs were down. So again, I just want to take a look. I'm just always intrigued to see how close XLE. Well, we're getting closer. There's the XLE, the major ETF for energy. So We're getting closer to that 200-day moving average, but less than $1 away from that 200-day moving average. Still below, of course. And healthcare is still moving higher. It is. Well, it did briefly. That is getting closer and closer to that 200-day moving average, 139. So those are the two that are still below the 200-day moving average. XLK is drifting down. XLK, technology, still well above though, well above the 200-day. Workday, you guys are talking about, somebody's talking about Workday, so that was an earnings play. I'm not seeing it. I don't see it. The reason is that, ah, okay, it's only down 5%. No, it probably should be here somewhere. No. So I only have the top 15, both of these. Okay, I only have the top 15. So that's why I'm not seeing it. Anti is down 7%. This is down 5%. So it's not quacking the list. VAR, yeah, another one. I hope Poe did not hold both of these overnight. I think he was talking about holding VAR and the APM overnight. Okay, guys. So the momentous MNTS 2 days ago got up to 244. We're at 141 right now. Really sold off over the next few days. Chopped around for the last 2 days. Next high looking left is 155. Too close. I mean, we're at 141 right now. It has to take that. Now, if the next high had it been, say 180, it gets a little more interesting. But for me anyway, it's not that interesting. So don't see any news on it today. Only reason I look for news is just to see whether or not a stock, what sort of news is it? Is it an earnings play or is it some kind of a FDA approval? Just to see whether or not, in theory, the stock should remain active all day. So Workday, let me take a look at Workday, WDAY. So it's still looking left is 212. So hmm, well, I can tell you somebody who's very bullish about Workday. This is this morning. So this is even after their earnings. RBC Capital reiterates outperform and they're maintaining a $340 price target. Or how many of their clients have got in? And now they're trying to do a extreme hand holding. Don't worry, that's pretty aggressive after they've released earnings and they're still putting that out. Where another Canadian bank, BMO, has they're maintaining outperform, but they're lowering their price target to 285. Barclays, well, a lot of these companies had a lot higher price targets. They're having to readjust them, cut to 285 from 298 for Barclays. UBS, That's the 245. They're still above the current price, but so certainly the most bullish one is RBC maintaining their 340 price target. So they're not even reducing it. Okay, guys. Well, the EEIQ is still holding its own. It's still over a dollar, well over a dollar, of course. But and the ELAB is so it's got to get through that high, and then what did it get to this morning? Got up to 294 this morning. What's that high right there? So you can see what happened in the pre-market. ELAB got up to about 294, and look at that high. Looking left is 289. So it got up to into this area. The Megametrics MPU. This is getting weaker. Okay, guys, I'm going to get the layout I'm going to use once this market opens up and running. So give me a moment here. First of all, I want to save my layout. As always, save your layout, even though I didn't make any changes that I can remember. Okay, guys, a couple things I have to do. Okay, so this is the same green that you saw before. It's only the top six, though. Okay, so this is still the pre-market actives up, and just limiting to the top six. We did mention all six of these at some point. Well, let's take a look at Workday. You guys are talking about a potential bounce for, excuse me, for Workday, WDAY. So for Workday, obviously yesterday's high is way up there. So there's room. There is room, obviously. But it's the float is yeah, it's at 214 million. So it's a big float. Remember, Powell starts talking at 10 o'clock. So There could be some very interesting market moves. I don't think there was anything else on my economic calendar today. Actually, that's not correct. I think there's consumer confidence at 11 o'clock, I believe. Maybe 11 o'clock. It looks like consumer confidence at 11 o'clock. Yeah, so that could have a bit of an effect on the market. Of course, Powell's talking. Going to start talking at around 10 o'clock. So could be interesting day. Just see what effect whatever he's going to say has on the market. Well, let's take a look at a cheap earnings play. Okay, RLX. Yeah, I don't see the room. Let's take a look at a weekly chart. Yeah, I just don't see enough room for it to move before it starts hitting some of these areas. I mean, nothing's stopping it. Well, nothing's stopping. Obviously, if it wants to keep moving, it might get through all these areas, but that's just the way I look at it. I like to see a cleaner. For instance, if the next high had been up here at 3 for this RLX, that next high looking left, that would be, to me anyway, a lot more attractive. Just looking for a cheap earnings play. I wonder about this one. This is not on the way up. This is on the way down. DJ's Wholesale Club Holdings. So this is breaking down through all of this. This is down 7%. Bring back my weekly chart again to see where it could go. So we're sitting at $98 right here. The next low looking left, pretty close, 97.68. It takes that out, 96.81. See little areas of where it could stall. If you are looking to short this, there's little areas it could get hung up on. Could. Morning in our YouTube room, Chris. Okay, give me one moment, guys. Morning, Shaw in our YouTube room. So I don't. This is sneaking in, but we did talk about this one, the FMFC position in lifetime range. So this looks like the lifetime high, which was last week for FMFC. Looks like this was an IPO of some sort. Yeah, right here. This the week of what's that? June the 23rd. So yesterday's high, not yesterday's high, but last week's high is the all-time high. Volume, good volume actually. Look at the volume, 1.2 million. That's a lot of volume. 8 million in the float, I suppose. Okay, I'll put a price alert up around 869 and see if it takes it out. If it does, that'll be an all-time high. No, minus 5.75 means they had earnings 5 days ago, Chris. The negative number, it means it happened in the past. It's a question there in a YouTube room. If it's a positive number, or no, well, if it's not negative, it means it's having, say it said plus 3 or whatever, it would be 3 days from now. Okay, guys, market's going to open in about 20 seconds. Let's have a great end to this trading week. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. All right, guys, we're now open. So ELAB and EEQ both made highs, market highs, okay? 930 highs. Now ELAB, there's that next high, 265. Zoom, ZM is an earnings play. Didn't see this one, guys. ZNB. This was okay. This looks like a SPAC that turned into ZNB today. Reason why it's starting to trade, or was it a symbol name change? Hard to know. I don't know. I just don't know. If it was a symbol name change or a SPAC that turned into ZNB. Not an IPO right now because it was trading, not a typical IPO. It was trading in the pre-market. Okay, Cody was an earnings play yesterday. COTY was an earnings play yesterday. Got hammered down on earnings. Okay, but trying to have a little bounce. Good volume. Look at the volume, 1.6 million. Big float though, 368 million. So, but it's above yesterday's high now, barely, a couple of pennies. Okay, guys. So the first bar so far, it's been blue and red. First 5 minute bar in the SPY. Whoa! Who took the bounce for Workday? Good. Why do I keep typing it like that? Great bounce for Workday, guys. Those of you who are really following it, that's about a $7 bounce now. EEIQ on the move. It is on the move. It is an earnings play. Again, when we look left on that weekly chart, I think it's getting into potential. Actually, you know what? Yeah, the monthly. You have to look at the monthly. So $1.96 is the next high. So yeah, it's got room if it wants to keep going. If you look at a monthly chart. Well, there's ZM, guys. Zoom is now look what it did. Got right into the 200-day moving average. Yeah, right into the 200-day. That blue line on my daily chart, that is the 200-day moving average. It's probably the most looked at technical indicator that we have out there. And look what happened. It got into it. That can act as a resistance on the way up, or it could act as support on the way down. So that was at 78.60. So we're probably almost got, look what it got to. It got to 78.62, and the 200-day moving average is 78.60. So okay, this one's got a little bit of room, guys. ACMR, big gap. I didn't see this. Must have been didn't make the top six or the top 15. But it is certainly now ACMR gapping up. So after hours, they did this. They released this pre-close brief ahead of August 2025 earnings. So they have earnings coming up. I'm sorry. This is I don't even know. I don't know what that means anymore. They had it looks like they had earnings on the 6th, unless that's wrong. Okay, what am I? I'm in a time warp. A conference call to discuss these earnings is scheduled for August 12th, and we're talking August 21st. They're releasing this. So I'm confused. I don't know. Maybe they're re-releasing that press release. At any rate, it whatever something is causing the stock to pop. ACMR, and we have our first. There we go. Halted on the way down. Right. Yeah. There's our first halt of the day, guys. EEIQ, and it's halted on the way down. Take a look at IMAB. IMAB is popping here. IMAB, well, it's got some room. It does have some room. Looking left, 590 is the next high. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but at least you don't have to worry about near-term chart resistance on the daily. It is popping right now. Wainwright maintaining a price target of 7. That was actually yesterday. What's the float? 64 million for the float for IMAB, IMAB. Okay, yeah. So they did the one for very ominous 6.66 reverse split effective today. That's the reason for I don't know, well, this little pop. I thought maybe they'd also have some news, but they don't have any other news. Ah, shoot. You know what? Oh man, how could I miss this? How did I miss Elab? Well, Elab's on the run now, guys. And the weekly chart, bring up the weekly chart for Elab. Whew, if it can somehow take out this 320 level, 322. Look at the weekly chart. So it got into call that high, and that high, because then the next high looking left is 555. All right, keep an eye on it. If it takes these areas out, or that area out around the 320 mark, because then it's got a ton of room still on the weekly chart. I know it's up 61% already, but that's too bad. I don't know how I missed this. I think what happened is I was watching this one decline a bit in the pre-market. And I thought, well, okay, maybe it'll set up a little bit later. Later was right here, right here. Yeah, so Jay Powell's going to start talking at around 10 o'clock. Now, typically, stocks like this don't care, okay? But if you're looking at the stocks that kind of follow the market a lot more, like the Microsofts, the Amazons, the Metas, et cetera, those are the ones you've got to be careful of. Of course, if you trade the SPY, because you have no idea what he's going to say. Well, keep an eye on this ELAB if it takes out that 320 mark. So this is some kind of a merger, okay? Some kind of a merger with North Strive. I think I'm just trying to. I quickly looked at this. They've entered into a definitive agreement with this North Strive, who may or may not be a public company. Okay, guys, we're right at a critical point here. See if we can get back over that 320 mark again. If it does, I may take the trade. I know it's a little early for me. Well, it's 9:41. I don't like usually doing things in the first 15, but if it can take out that 320 again, not suggesting anybody do the same thing. You have to give me a moment, VK, on the ACMR. Okay, I'm concentrating right now on this ELAB. See if we take out 320 again. Why 320? Look at the weekly chart. It is some kind of a merger agreement. It's holding three. I mean, it's trying to hold three at least. I have to keep watching it, guys. It's not just a matter of putting a price alert on it because it could rapidly move. Still trying to hang on to three here, guys. Hang on to three. There's the VWAP. Let's see if it pulls back into the VWAP. VWAP is about 280. Okay, I'll do a quick check of that ACMR. I know we looked at it earlier. So all I can see is the next high looking left is 31.24. So if it somehow gets through that, then the next high on a weekly chart anyway is 32.50. I mean, it had on the daily chart, it had a nice gap up, great gap up. So that's about all I can tell you about it. A lot of volume. I don't understand the news. It says release this is today's, but it looks like they're talking about releasing pre-closed brief ahead of August 2025 earnings call, but the earnings call was on, I don't know, August the 12th. So I don't understand it. Okay. Okay, FinFan forever. It's a definitive statement you're making. SPY not going to hold these gains. Okay, market direction is down for now, but who knows? I mean, I don't know how if you can get any vaguer. I know these are all your opinion. I know you're thinking this market is going to go down, and it might. Okay, guys, keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on that ELAB. It's got back over three again. I have to bring up that weekly chart just to see if we can break through this. Yes. Okay. My breath. Okay, guys. So I have paired some off. I was got fairly lucky on this. I just don't want to see it get underneath 322 very much. By very much, if it does, I'm talking about the ELAB. I'm trying to hang on to that 320 mark. Feels like I'm playing a game of chicken right now. Sorry, guys. I really have to concentrate on this ELAB. With that float, I mean, a lot of bad things can happen. A lot of good things can happen, but a lot of bad things can happen. So I really have to concentrate on this ELAB. I have taken some off, but I'm really love to see it get into the 40s in a big way. Yeah, about ELAB. Yes, I did in our YouTube room. Yes. Guys, I laid it out though, okay? I said if it took out that 320 mark again, I was gonna take it. This is not I'm not making any suggestions for you guys to do the same thing. It's actually starting to tick me off a little bit, wanting to see it. Great volume. Look at the volume. 60 million shares, 768 times normal up to this time of day. Guys, I've taken most of it off now. I don't like the way it's trading. I may get back into it if it gets back up over that 336 mark. Okay. I don't like the fact that it's coming back into that. Well, look what it did. But I'm not gonna lose sight of it for the day. So, I mean, I did okay on it. Not, I would have loved for it to get into the 40s, 50s, but c'est la vie. Okay, so Ian, your question about the AI. So, well, I do every now and then I do display what the AI looks like, but it is a premium service, yes. Now, are you talking about these streams? Are you talking about these like what I'm doing here and in YouTube? They're not premium. They're free. All right, MNSO, MNSO. This is a I'll flip the script here and forget about that ELAB for a while anyway. So this is an earnings. So it's an earnings play. Earnings play yesterday. Okay, so it's a continuation off earnings now. Could I comment on APM? I hope Poe did not hold it overnight. That's had a nice run at the end of the day. Yeah, I mean, it had a great run at the end of the day. That's about all I can comment on it. I mean, I don't know if there's financing or what they're doing, but it is down now 39%. Yeah, I mean, it's bad. Not much more I can say about it. Oh, good, 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 good. I remember you were maybe talking about holding this and THAR, THAR pull. Had a great run. Well, I know you. I'm sure you saw the break of four. Was watching for that later. So it had a nice run. I mean, even the pre-market, what did it get up to? Got up to 489. But I'm glad you did not hold it. Okay, ELAB is getting back up there again. What I might do this time for it is not take as many shares, widen my stop on it a bit, keep the risk the same, risk amount the same, but because it is still pretty volatile with that float. There's the high, got to 338. I was willing it to get into the 40s. It did not do it. Okay, guys, let's see. It's 9:56 right now. So a couple of minutes. I'm going to go over my homepage, all the scans that I'm sharing, other information on my homepage, including a promo code that you can use if you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. So what's keeping me out of this MNSO? I know it showed up on Pepe's combo scan. What's keeping me out though is the next high. That red line is 25.19, pretty close to the 24.93, of course. And what I'm also, I would never take this anyway, even if that red line weren't there. I would want to see a break at 25. I think it's a psychological number to get through. That's the way I look at it anyway. But then that red line is representing the next high looking left on the daily chart. Let's see what month that was. That was back here, back in January of this year. It was a daily high within that month. So if it can take that out, I'll stick a price alert around that area. And maybe if it takes that out, it might get going. So remember, guys, if you have the AI, have that re-entry price column. If you don't add it, okay, simple to do. Just right click, columns, and scroll down. Excuse me. You'll find it. Add it. Add it. You never know. We might get a re-entry. Typically, what I wait for is see if any of the stocks give a re-entry, as opposed to taking them the first time we get the alert. Right there, that's still at that level there. I mean, that's right there. That is 324. That is 320. It's a little less, 312. The high today, so there's the 320 level that was, for me anyway, critical for it to take out. And it's all about looking left. Look at the room it's got if it can really clear this. Mm. Not really, Mike. I mean, I know people love to brand things as this is a short squeeze and all that. I mean, I have it here, but I don't fixate on it, the short float percent. Obviously it can help if a stock's in play for whatever reason, but I certainly don't fixate on it. Hey guys. Oh, Ah, I didn't get it. I didn't get it where I wanted it. The ELAB. Doggone it. Well, Powell must be saying something, guys, that the market's liking. I mean, it's 10 o'clock, so he must be saying something. So it may warrant adjusting policy. Okay, well, the market's liking that, and this has got nothing to do with ELAB. Okay, I mean, I know ELAB popped at the same time, but again, these stocks are flying under the radar. Thoughts on EEIQ? Well, it got halted on the way down, but that didn't completely collapse it. I mean, my only thoughts are, I mean, it's an earnings play and it's a low float, ton of volume. I'm surprised it actually, if you're a VWAP player, look what it did. It held into the VWAP down here, 126, and it popped off it if you're a VWAP type player. But you're chasing it now to a certain extent. Look at a monthly chart. I know I looked at all this early, but so I mean the next high is at 197 on a monthly chart. So I mean it's got room. William said that, well, the big meeting in Jackson Hole are today, okay, and Jay Powell was talking at 10 o'clock, and he said says it may warrant, I guess the interest rates, I guess that's what he's talking, may warrant adjusting policy. So when he said that, boom, and that's the reason, Bjorn. Open door to rate cut. Okay. Well, okay, MSO. I haven't looked at. This is the cannabis ETF. Oh, it's had a great month. Can say that. Definitely a great month. Whether or not your government decides to just make it federally okay in all states, but the MAGA movement divided on marijuana. Exactly. William, he can come around and say, even though I'm thinking, yeah, he, I don't know how long he's talking. Ah, man, oh man, oh man, oh man, Elab. It just popped too quickly for me to get it where I wanted it, and I do not want to chase it now. And there's your EEIQ now pulling back. So will it pull back into the VWAP again? Well, for those of you following Palantir, look at Palantir's pop, mainly with the market, obviously. Big market follower, even though it's been beaten up over the last couple of weeks, but big market follower, of course. So there's Palantir, PLTR. All right, guys. Well, it is now 10:04. So what I'm going to do now is go over my homepage, including the scans that I'm currently sharing. So stick around for that. Well, my number one focus this morning was ELAB, and somebody asked this morning, how would I determine what I would focus on the pre-market movers? And for me, it was all about this, this weekly chart and the potential gap fill. I didn't see another one that looked quite like this, so that's why, for me anyway, it was my number one focus. Okay, guys, so on my homepage, if you click on my homepage link, now it doesn't always work like this, of course, but today it did. Unfortunately, I just could not get back in the second time. So here is a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas if you want to. Right now, you can use my promo code Barry1515 to get 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a subscription. So you should save my homepage link, especially if you want to come into the main room all the time, okay? Because there's the link. You get my homepage link and or save my homepage, and then you go into the trading room here. Also, though, if you save my homepage link, sometimes these promo codes do change. We get specials every now and then. And all I ask is that you do use my code because it'll help to keep the room free. The company tracks the promo codes. They see mine being used enough times, so keep the room free. There's the MNSO guys. Trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. Okay, this is free. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder, okay? Before you contact us. Education section. So if you've clicked on my homepage link, just scroll down a little bit. Here is the education section. Coming into that little R, guys, let's see if that holds, that little resistance area that our chart has. You guys don't have access to this yet. This is I'm on a development version of Trade Ideas, so I have access to this. So clicking on the education link, this is what you're going to see. First thing to do, if you do take out a subscription, is the Getting Started with Trade Ideas. It's mandatory you do that first. Now, if you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the program, if it's something you might want to take a look at, start off on the second video. These are all short videos, and this will give you an idea about what Trade Ideas is all about, the capabilities, etc. And that might help to make up your mind whether or not you might want to at least try us on a monthly basis. Now, when I say a monthly basis, it's not a subscription. Well, it's only month to month, so you can cancel at any time. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is a whole series of videos designed for you if you're new to trading, and it's all free. Last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, here they are. Excuse me. So here's what you can see. Okay, this is the biggest change in 5 minutes. It could be up, it could be down. Okay, percentage wise. Okay, these are the biggest changers in 5 minutes. Could be up, could be down. This is the same in the 2-minute version if you want that. So this is the 5-minute version, and this is the 2-minute version. This is the momentum scan right here. This is the single stock window down here. And this is the halts. No, very, very calm today. Halts resumes is down here. And these are the two other ones I watch on my other monitor. The combo scan right down here. Okay, right here. And the other one is the gap continuation or reversal scan right here. So this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So first of all, if you're new to all this, either in our YouTube room or the main room, I call this the main trading room. There's more action in it. So no problem staying in YouTube if you want, but if you did want to come over to the main room, just a lot more activity in the main room. So you click on my homepage link, and oh, by the way, okay, I should also mention this one. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. That's how I found ELAB. It wasn't hard. It was probably it was one of the number one movers in the pre-market. And then the pre-market actives down also. Okay, so that's what I use in the pre-market. So if you do want to come into the main room, okay, on my homepage. So if you click on my homepage, you're up here, and here's the trading room. Okay, so those of you on YouTube, if you do want to come into the main room, you can do so, or you can stay in YouTube. Up to you. Now the main room is open at. I see Chris Farley did open it today. Typically, it's open at 7:30 Eastern time, and I try to open the YouTube room sometime between 8:30 and 8:40. I get on the mic at 9. Why so late? I live in Vancouver, Canada, so 6 o'clock my time when I get on the mic. Okay, but I'm doing stuff ahead of that, believe me. But that's why I don't get on at 4:30 my time. And again, this is a trading room, but you can ask me questions all day long. It's also a support room. The only thing I really can't answer is if you have an accounting type question, okay? But I can direct you to people who can answer a question if it's an accounting type question. Okay, guys. Well, here's Elab with a little pullback now. Okay. Well, back into maybe to the view app. May give me an opportunity again. So I want to demonstrate the power trade ideas by taking a look at this momentum scan, okay? And if I right click on it, I'm just going to show you what the scan looks like. So if I click on the summary, this is English language telling me what it's looking for. So in this particular scan, if the stock is between $1 and $100, these are all and functions, and the current volume is at least 20, meaning it's trading at least 20 times normal. Look at ELAB, 622 times normal. This is time of day sensitive. This number will start to drift down as the volume decreases, but this is time of day sensitive. So 624 times normal up to this time of day, which is at 10:13 Eastern time. The volume has to be at least 500,000 shares, and this is what gives it the momentum. The volume bursts in the last minute and the last 5 minutes, and also has to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's why we saw ELAB here, and the last time interesting, even though the market's ripping, the last time we saw well, there's EEIQ, okay, it just made a new high for the day at 10:13. That's 52 seconds. Just made a new high for the day at 169. Now, I have made a subtle change to my momentum scan. You don't have to do the same thing. I will see the stock over and over again, but only every minute if it makes a new high every minute. So, in other words, ELAB at 10 o'clock, it was at 339. It would have made another new high at 340, 341 on the way to 351. I don't want to see it over and over and over again. I do want to only see it if it makes another new high a minute later. They're all real-time alerts. Now, it may not make a new high a minute later. It might be 3 minutes later. Okay, but you don't have to do the same thing. It's just a subtle change to it. So many screening programs are out there, and this is the screening aspect of trade ideas. So typical use of a screener is show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are moving the most within a 5-minute period. Okay, either up or down. That's an example of a screener. We take it one giant step forward in that we can apply those screening values and then attach what we call a trigger. In this particular case, the trigger is a new high of the day. So these are all real-time alerts that you're seeing. We have many other triggers. You can see if you have any trading experience at all, what I would do is just kind of scroll down. If there's something you might recognize, you might want to use it. And when you get to these icons, these are the filters that we've got. You don't have to learn them all though, okay? I only use, my only trigger is the new high and the new low of the day. That's it for all my, everything I do. And I have just a handful of filters that I use. Doesn't mean all these ones that I don't use are bad. It just means I don't need them for my trading style. Well, yeah, you have to. If you don't know how to take one of my scans, so Edric, yeah, you have to do something. Well, let me bring back my home page. So yeah, in my homepage link. So if you if you go down to the scan section, here they are. So if you want this, on any one of these scans, you just click on the link where it says open scan. Now, depends on your browser settings. It may open in a new tab. It may overwrite this. So if I open it up, you can see it overrid, overwrote it. So here is the link right there. There's the cloud link. So all you do is you highlight it and then you copy it, Control C, you copy it. So now that link is copied, and then you go to your toolbar, file load from cloud, and there's the link right there. See it right there? If you've done it correctly, the box will fill up with that link right there. And then you click on load, then it'll be on your screen. Okay? And that's the same for any one of the scans that I've got. Did you follow that? This is to, I mean, that's why I like to demonstrate because, I mean, this is, you can read through this, but what I did was, it's pretty simple once you do it a few times. No, once you have, so once you have it on your screen, okay, now it's on your screen. Now it's up to you to create, you can take some of my scans, you can create some of your scans, you can create some charts, and then you save it as a layout. Okay, so you don't do it every time. What I would do though is I would take it, it's on your screen, and you can save or share to cloud. I like to save individual scans to the cloud. So if you right click on it and it says save or share to cloud, save it. Now it's in your cloud. So right now it's all it is, it's on your monitor. You can save it to the cloud. But really, what you probably want to do is you want to create a layout that you want to use. And it could be composed of some of the ones that I'm sharing. Maybe if you have, an idea about a scan you want to create from scratch, you can do that. You want to put probably some charts up. You don't have to use the same time frames I've got. And then once you create your layout that you want to see every day, file, I would do this, file, save or share to cloud, and then you see where it says click on entire layout and give it a name. It could be Edric's first layout and save it. Now it's in your cloud. You can also save it to your computer, file, save layout, and you can give it a name, save it, certainly save it to the cloud. The other thing is when you exit trade ideas, file, exit, and it's going to ask you, do you want to load this layout, the layout you have up and running, the next time you load trade ideas? You can say yes if that's what you want to do. So that'll save it also. Okay, but no, you don't have to go through the process every single day. The idea is to, again, let's, you don't have to take my scans. but you can pick and choose the ones you might want. We also have a lot of scans in our toolbar, or I don't know what your trading experience is, you can create your own scan from scratch. Bottom line is once you have everything on your screen, save it. Well, it's not adding it to the layout. It's saving it. Once you have whatever you like, again, you've got this one on your screen now, probably the most up the percentage change in 5 minutes. If that's all you've got, I mean, I would still save it to the cloud. Just save individual to the cloud. Okay, right click, save or share to cloud. Save it because now it's in your cloud. Now, very hard to unless you go through a bunch of steps, you're not going to delete it. But once you start creating some charts that you want, other things that you may want as part of your layout, then file, save or share to cloud, go up into the toolbar, right? File, save or share to cloud, and then you see where it says entire layout. So what that means is now it's going to take everything that you've got on your monitor and then give it a name. Give it a name that makes sense to you, and then save it. Now the layout is in your cloud. Okay, make sense? And do it again. In this fashion, you can see you can have several layouts. I have a pre-market layout, and then once 9:30 hits, this is the layout that I use once the market opens. Well, my thoughts on ELAB. I mean, I'm surprised it didn't keep going a little bit higher, but right now, I mean, it's really starting to give it up. There's a couple things. I mean, it's through the VWAP, number one. I would never take it. If I were going to take it again, I would have to wait for that 322 break again. So I'll reset my price alert, and maybe later on in the day, maybe it doesn't. That's my thoughts. My thoughts. Now, some may, use this. Well, look at the TCRT. Let me take a look at this one. So again, looking at negative numbers here. Okay, negative numbers. So ELAB is still very positive for the day. It's still up 56%. But that what that negative number means, it's pulling back. So for those of you who like to play pullback, then you might have a moving average on your chart that you like to see it pull back to, perhaps. Maybe that acts as support. The VWAP is something that a lot of people look at. That's that purple line. Will it pull back to the VWAP? Will the VWAP act as support? And will it bounce off it? Or again, maybe you've got a moving average on your chart that you like, depending on the time frame you're using. That if a stock gets into it, you'll want to watch it to see if it bounces off that moving average. Obviously this means you've got some trading experience. So that's how you use these negative numbers. So let's see what's happening with the TCRT at a big pop, but look what it's doing. It's getting down below the VWAP. VWAP is at 266, so it's a little bit below the VWAP. So taking a look at our AI guys, we've got three alerts and not bad. But this ALXO, let's take a look at it a little more closely. There is the high, a little bit of monthly high. Yeah, I mean, it's got a little bit of room on the monthly chart anyway, 155. Okay, so this one still has some a little bit of room, guys. The ACMR 32, so it's got about 57 cents to the next high, looking left on the daily. Okay, so the market had that gigantic pop, whatever exactly Powell was saying. Maintain, a little bit of a sell-off, not much. And now here we are again. It's the all-time high for this buy. What's up here? Close. So I think EEIQ obviously got halted on the way down again. Got halted on the way down earlier, but it did pop from that. Okay, guys. How about that BHVN? Look at that. There was the next high. So this actually showed up in the gap continuation or reversal scan. But looking at it, you can see that there was the next high. No way I would take it. Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of, I mean, there is some room for the ACMR on the daily chart. There is some room. Obviously, it dipped a little bit because I think I said about 50 cents. So it's about 75 cents of that next high. Wow, I lost sight of a lot of these. The gap continuation or reversal scan. Let me go over this, okay? I just want to explain what this is all about. And this is the repeating version. This is the non-repeating version. So you can see what I mean. ETHZ every time it made a new high, you're getting an alert. Here is the first time. In fact, ETHZ probably was earlier. Yeah, right down here would have to be the first. It'll be showing up at 309 somewhere down here. This is the repeating version. Why I like to have a don't repeat because I can go back in time and say, okay, what happened from that first alert? Notice nothing happens before 9:45. That is by design for me. So what is this? This is a multi-strategy window. Now, the typical use of a multi-strategy window, if you don't have a lot of screen space, maybe you've only got one monitor and you've got several alert windows dotted around, you can take those alert windows and put them in one window. That's the usual reason for people using a multi-strategy window. I've got plenty of screen space, but what I like to do is sometimes group similar scans. These are gap scans. So there are four of them in here. There's a gap up and go. So that meant a stock gapped up. And what the gap is, that's the first trade of the day. So it had to be a minimum. ELAB is coming back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm looking at ETHZ. Um, yeah. So a gap up and go. So a stock at the time of the alert, it had gapped up and then it was moving higher. Doesn't mean it's going to continue though. Gap down and reverse. Stock gap down and now starting to reverse. Gap up and reverse. Stock gapped up, starting to reverse. Gap down and go. Stock gap down. And at the time of the alert, it was moving down. Now, Just because you get an alert doesn't mean it's going to continue in the direction. It could stop right there. But a lot of times, of course, they will continue in that direction for a while. Okay, so you're mentioning that some of the brokers are moving down. So I see Interactive Brokers is it's off a little bit, but I think what you're talking about from the highs. So that's IB, and you're saying Schwab getting hit more than IB. So what you were talking about is from their highs, selling off a little bit from their highs. Mm, Give me one moment, please. Okay, guys. So I see that ELAB is now coming back. It's over that 320 mark again, so it's getting me a little interested again. Wish it weren't as volatile as what it did. I mean, remember now, got that 284. Actually, no, fair enough. I wanted to go higher for you, but I'd rather see it kind of rest for a while, and then could be one of the afternoon huge movers. With that float, had some news, and also the gap potential gap. Okay, guys, I'm back. Notice there have been no re-entries. Okay, no re-entries for the AI. What that means is that no stock hit the stop at any point, and then halfway between the original alert price and the stop price. Kind of what I'm looking for. Some days you won't get any. Whoa, room. So AirNet, ANTE has certainly got a lot of room, guys. The next high looking left is 338, 278 right now. TP, is that a trading plan, Captain? Is that what you mean by a TP? Oh, take profit. Okay. It's up to you. Up to you. I mean, there's no if this, if the trade is still working, there's no point in getting out of it. You can follow if you have the cloud. I've talked about this several times. If you have the cloud, right now, the cloud. See, this is what I would have done had I got into this trade at say around the 25 mark. I know it's later on the AI, but I'm just in general. And I was riding it right, and then when I see this little action here, a couple little bars down, I probably take some profit, okay? But then I'm riding the wave. I'm just riding that wave until it turns orange within reason, okay? If you don't have this trade wave on your chart, I can show you how you can get it. Anybody who wants it, I can show you how you can get it. It's part of our standard service. But you see that why would you, there's no reason to get out of this trade right now. Now, the only thing is, if this bar became super parabolic, like a big giant one, you can rest assured there are going to be people, depending on where they got in, they're probably going to start taking some profit because anytime the ideal the ideal formation would be smaller bars on the way up, which will not induce people maybe to take any profit at all, if that makes sense. But you get a giant bar up, people are going to go, whoop, okay, maybe I should take some profit. That's how I use it. Okay, I don't care about seeing the buy or the sell flag. If I get into a trade, I'm obviously seeing the wave. Now, even so, you see this. Now, I will say this, and I'll explain, Edric, how you can get it. The lower float stocks are a little more challenging to kind of follow the wave because they can be. See, it's still blue in theory, saying okay, keep in the trade, but there's no way. What I would do is take a look at if you're in this one here, I would take a look at a 2-minute chart also to see if you're probably going to see a color. See how it changed, orange. So blue means he's trending higher. Orange means okay, the trend has changed and starting to trend lower. I mean, it's tricky. It's tricky on the volatile stocks, no question. So the question is how to get this on your monitor on your chart. So the first thing is on your chart, when you right click on your chart, you must see an option that says use browser interface. So I'll use you as the test case, Edric. There are other people that might be interested, but I'll use you as the test case. So when you right click on a chart, you see something that says one of the options down here. It says use browser interface. So if it's already checked, then don't do anything. But if it's not checked, check it. Okay. So if it's already checked, don't uncheck it. Now the next step is to check it if it's not checked is at the top here. Because I'm on a development version, you're not seeing exactly. Okay, it's checked. Good. You're not seeing exactly the same thing, but you should see something. You see the heart that I'm pointing at. You should see something that says FX. FX. Let me know if you see FX is one of these options up here. Okay. So now I have to access it a little bit differently, but all you do is now you click on FX, and then one of the options is going to be Trade Wave. When you click on FX, you should see Trade Wave, and then just click on it. Okay. And then the trade wave should show up on your chart. So you click on FX, and then one of the options, when you do that, it should say you should be able to find trade wave. You click on it, and then that's it. Okay, perfect. Now you've got to do that if you want to have the trade wave on all your charts, then you have to do it on all your charts. But remember, save your work at the end. You don't have to do it every day. Just save your work. Just like any other software program. I mean, if you make some changes, the system, when you exit it, system probably wants to know. I mean, do you want to save which will then mean that you do want to save everything that you may have done to the to your program. Okay. Now, how you read it is going to be up to you. I like to look at it as a guide. Okay. You will see buy flags. You will see some sell flags. There are indicators that maybe I don't care as much about seeing the buy or the sell because typically what's happened is I've clicked on an alert and then I'm and then had I got into this one, let's say right here. This is okay, let me find another one. Say the MNSO. If I had got into this one earlier, I'd be in this one. There's I'm not saying you never take any profit on the way up, but by because taking a little bit of profit on the way up really helps you hold on to any more little jumps it might have. But look at MNSO. I mean, this is a beautiful wave all the way up. No reason to get out of the trade. It's a guide though, okay? I don't wanna you can't just because all of a sudden you got a giant red, bar coming down through here, and it hasn't turned orange on the 5 minute. I mean, have to use your some trading skill, but, I mean, you could be in this trade. Somebody would say, "Well, where do you take profit?" Well, keep going. Just helps you keep in a trade a lot longer probably than before. It certainly is, for me, that's what's happened. It's a nice visual aid. But notice, depends on the time frame you're using. 5 minutes is still good. I mean, there's the 15-minute. If I know some of you, I never use a 1-minute chart, but I have no idea. See sort of flattening out a bit. So it all depends on the time frame that you are going to use, which is going to show you the trend. Yeah, I mean, you could take some profit. If you saw maybe a little bit of a move down, you could take. I'm not saying you have to. Some will just ride it until it turns orange. I mean, there's no hard and fast rule. I know what I like to do. This probably wouldn't have caused me that much grief, but had that red bar been a little bit deeper into the cloud, I probably for sure would have taken some profit. Not got out of everything, but then that allows me then see what happens. It bounce back through it. Now it allows me to really keep holding on. You see on the ACMR, if I'd been in this one right here, that little bar, that little downturn, what did that go from 30.96 down to 30? That would have got me out some, no question. Okay, some, but then I'm going to hold on. Nothing, I mean, these are not big spikes down; they're just sort of consolidation right now. Just kind of can keep you in a trade a lot longer. Now, on a 2 minute, it may look a lot different. Might get some orange. No, even here, no orange yet. But it's a guide, okay? It's a guide. It's a visual aid, not the be all, not the end all. Okay, and it's part of the standard service. It's actually based on one of the channels that we've got. This is not our call it our technology, but if you click on new and then the dock channel bar, and then here are the channels that we've got, and one of them is the Ripster channel. Ripsters It's based on it's based on that. You have some scans even. Let's see how in my computer, yeah, when I load a layout. And there's also a video that was done that you can take a look at. It depends. The video may be behind the channel. It popped up on my other monitor, but here's a video that kind of explains a lot of things. Okay, I don't use it. I mean, I don't use the channel because I want my own scans. And yes, okay. So you cannot auto trade the AI. Number one, if that's what you're talking about, you cannot auto trade the AI. Okay. So are you talking about just wanting to? Well, okay, in theory. And now, who's your broker, Matthias? But I would not want to. I mean, you can do that, but I'm not sure I would want to do that. But okay, I would want to manually manage the trade as opposed to. I mean, if you want to put an auto stop, okay, but you can do that just within E-Trade. Why not just use E-Trade? Why complicate it? I mean, in E-Trade, so right now we've only got 3 alerts. So in E-Trade, just put the stop at 105, 2623 for NTGR and ACMR 3012. Why not just do it within E-Trade? That to me is that would be the simplest way to do it, in my opinion. Just put okay. So if you've done that, why would you? Then you've already done it. Well, not for that. Again, we used to have the ability to auto trade the AI, but not for that. Yeah, I'm just trying to think. Even if you created your own strategy and wanted to somehow automate it, but now it's just way too cumbersome, in my opinion. Okay, way too cumbersome. I think what you're doing right now, just doing it within E Trade. The other thing is, I mean, there's only 3 today. We don't usually get that many alerts. Maybe I would say on a big day, maybe 10. But I would say, how many we get yesterday, as an example? We had 5 yesterday. So that screen, Idrik, that is from our premium service. It's called it's our AI, nicknamed Holly. That's part of our premium service. Well, I guess certainly a miss by me is this MNSO. Beautiful, beautiful. Now that R line that you see here, that was potential resistance. Okay, so I have a question in our YouTube room from VK. No, the AI does not work that way. You cannot apply it to a specific symbol. Okay. The question was, could I take advantage of this AI? Well, what is the advantage of it? Well, I mean, if you like to see, you don't have to do anything. You just wait for the alerts to happen. Nothing will happen until at least 9:40. It'll be a blank screen. So if you open trade ideas, at least say at 9:30, and that'll be a blank screen. Just wait for the alerts to happen. Personally, I like to see when if a stock hits the re-entry, as I mentioned before, halfway between the entry and this very tight stop in this one. But I like to see if a stock hits the stop at all and then gets halfway between the original alert price and the stop. Then you get a re-entry price. A lot of times that can be even better because you look at it one way. You get an alert from the AI. Maybe it was a little early. The idea was still good, but maybe it was just a little bit early. And then later on, you get that re-entry. Today, there were no re-entries, but they're all working. Okay, they're all working to various degrees. And I don't like to display it that much because it's part of the premium service. All I would do to have that screen, though, if you're part of the premium service, click on New, and then the middle three that start with Premium AI that you can see. Pick the middle one, the one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades window, and then that's the window that you'll see right here, and then incorporate it as part of your layout. Okay, so you don't have to do that every day. So when you exit Trade Ideas, make sure you save your layout with that in it. And so on Monday morning, when you load trade ideas, that'll be blank until at least 9:40. Doesn't mean you'll get one at 9:40, but that's the earliest you'll get an alert. I know Chris said yesterday 9:35. I have not seen one at 9:35, well, for months. I would say 9:40. So, I mean, what's the advantage of it? If you don't want to have to do anything, you just want to have the alerts delivered to you without having to do anything. But assuming you have some trading knowledge, how to read a chart and all that, then you could just use that as a watch list for the day, and you don't have to create any other watch lists. You just use that as a watch list for the day, or any other scans. But the question was, could you apply the AI to a specific stock? No. So the AI has, and the other thing is AI has no idea what stocks are going to come in. It's like asking, okay, in the momentum scan on Monday, what stocks are going to appear? Well, it's impossible to know because the stock has to meet all the filter requirements and then make a new high for the day. We don't know what stocks are going to do that on Monday. Didn't somebody take a stab at this one yesterday? This Mod V. Well, I mentioned this one earlier. I don't want to chase it though, but I mean, this one earlier. I mean, it has room. This is the anti-ANTE. Okay, so they actually announced the financing, but it's been shaken off. $180 million at 27. So it's above the financing price. Wow, so Bitcoin, wow, big pop for Bitcoin. Yeah, $3,800. Take a look at IBIT. So it looks like it's the descent has been halted for a while anyway. This is what. So if you want to buy Bitcoin or short Bitcoin, you can use this ETF for Bitcoin. I think it tracks it very closely. Cruise line still doing well by Aussie. Okay, NCLH, CCL. How about RCL? That's the always consider that the leader, and it's this is the lifetime high up here, I guess. So yeah, from shaking off the bottom here. So I wonder if the CCL and NCLH look the same in terms of the pattern. Not really. RCL had a much bigger hit down. Hmm, interesting. But RCL is really the leader, right? I mean, look at this. I mean, so NCLH is at 31% in its lifetime range. So imagine if you had a lifetime candle, it'd be down here, okay? Whereas RCL is at 94% of its lifetime range. So again, at a lifetime candle, it'd be right up here. That doesn't mean that NCLH and CCL are good trades. It's just interesting to see RCL seem to have a much steeper pullback than the others. Okay, guys, now listen, ELAB is kind of doing what I was hoping it might do, okay? And that is now, after the initial excitement, pulling back, still at the VWAP area, a little over three. I'd love to see it just sort of sit here. Now, if you're in this one, I mean, I want it to move for you, of course. But then later in the afternoon, has that big surge with some volume. See how the volume is dried up? It wasn't it you a couple of days ago, Ozzy, that asked what's the purpose of the ranges? That's why I like to see the lifetime range. And that certainly, a long time ago when all those cruisers were really kind of, during COVID especially, they were being hit. But RCL was still, was nowhere hit nearly as badly as the other two. Oh, Nile fade. Oh, I thought you were talking about the SPY. So well, let's see now. We're at 11 o'clock, so we're not quite halfway through the market. We're to Friday, so SPY volume probably will surpass yesterday, though it is Friday. So NIO is not showing up for me anywhere. So let's take a look at NIO, NIO. Wow. sure know the answer to this, but his because I know certainly in Canada we've got some pretty. I don't know if NIO or XPAV, a couple of the big China EV makers, sorry, China EV makers. Anybody been able to ride in one? So Chris asked a question in our YouTube room. Then volume would be the most important aspect to watch. Then, yes and no. So we have a great filter called a relative volume filter. Okay, so a stock could be trading 10 million shares, and you might go, "Wow, that's a lot of volume." But what if that's just normal? Or what if it's half of normal? What if it's only set three quarters of normal? Okay. In other words, it normally always trades 10 million shares, or maybe it usually trades 12 million shares, and it's only trading 10 million shares up to this point of the day. So depends. If you're an intraday trader like myself, I'm always trying to find the stocks that are trading abnormally. So that's why that relative volume filter. So NIO at 109 million, that's 3.8 times normal. So it's not just the absolute volume that's the key. It's is that abnormal for this company? Yes, it is. So that makes it something that you might want to follow. Here, I've got the relative volume at 20. Still getting too many alerts. I may even up it. Okay, so it's not just the volume. Is that volume abnormal for it today if you're trading intraday? Remember, the whole goal of trading intraday is to find the stocks trading abnormally. Let's take a look at Palantir as an example. Okay, is Palantir trading abnormally? For Palantir, it's a little bit abnormal. It's 1.7 times normal, as an example. Okay, that's not tremendously abnormal, but it is abnormal. One would be normal. This is just a ratio. Now, I think I saw that Lucid is changing their symbol name. LCID. Didn't I read that they're going to be changing, and they're doing a 1 for 10, or they're doing a 1 for 10 reversal. I thought they said they're also going to be changing their, maybe I'm wrong. It is unusual for a company to do a reversal like this, a reverse split when it's over $2. Typically, a stock does a reversal or a reverse split when the stock is under $1. Nasdaq rule, like there are many others they have to follow, but one of the normal rules to be listed on Nasdaq is you have to have the stock price over $1. So they play that game of doing a reverse split, multiplying the share price by that ratio, and then that would decrease the number of shares outstanding by that ratio also. So when you multiply the shares outstanding to the price, it's still the same market cap, but it's like a little trick they play. So guys, this FMFC, I put a price alert in this area. Well, you've probably been around for a while, they them trades. In the old days meaning, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years ago, and certainly before then, stocks doing or companies doing reverse splits, it was the death knell. I mean, it was like a last ditch effort to remain. So a stock might, so let's just say the stock's at 50 cents, they do a 1 for 10 reverse split. So now it looks like it's trading at five. And it would just, almost sell off immediately and get right back down. But what we've seen, and I don't know the time frame, last 3 years, 4 years, we've seen a lot of companies that do reverse splits, and what they do is they try to put some kind of press release out, and they pop the stock. I'm not saying it's going to last forever, but we never used to see that. Never. Well, I know that there was a movement afoot that was going to. I don't know if there was a minimum, Rick. I really don't know. Well, but we've seen some stocks that have done. I don't know if within 1 year, but I don't know if there's a minimum. But there was there was a movement afoot that I read about months ago that was going to start preventing stocks from or companies from doing these reverse splits over and over again. Look at MULN as an example. This is one of the kings of the reverse splits. Oh, what's wrong with it? Is it a pink sheet stock now, or is it gone up? Has it gone under? Has this gone under? I guess it's gone under. Too bad, because what I would have been able to show you is that if I backed it out on well, they changed the name to Bini, BINI. Okay. Well, they're not going to fool us because, okay, thank you. We look at a monthly, see, and they're due for another one, aren't they? Look at that. It's at 50 cents, still listed on NASDAQ. But if I look at a monthly chart, you're going to see some ridiculous number. Uh, Unfortunately, it doesn't have when it was trading its MULN. I need another one. What I was going to show you is that if you did a monthly chart on some of these ones that have done many, many, many reverse splits, you will see that some stocks look like they were up at 3 million, 4 million, $10 million. Okay. And that's just because if you take the current price and you start multiplying by all those ratios, all the times that they've done a reverse split, that is the true indicator of where it would be. Well, I looked at this. Well, anyway, I can't do it on that one. So Sophie at a year high, William. Okay. SOFI. Yeah. Well, it is definitely climbed back. My goodness. Even close to an all-time high. Interesting. Basically an all-time high. Well, I definitely read earlier this year that they were looking at preventing that, doing a like reverse split after reverse split. But I haven't heard anything. You know what? Google it. Or, or, give me a moment.
times a company can perform a reverse stock split. However, major stock exchanges like the NASDAQ and the NYSE have implemented rules to prevent companies from excessively using reverse splits to avoid delisting. These rules typically restrict the company's ability to use a reverse split to regain compliance with minimum stock price requirements it has. Affected a reverse split within the prior 1 year period. Affected one or more reverse splits.
So anyway, I just used my new favorite toy. So there you go. So they are trying to make some measures to prevent companies from doing reverse split after reverse split. It's amazing, guys. Just don't have to ask me questions anymore. I wonder though, if you're trading on a U.S. exchange, regardless of where you're based out of, they them trades. My guess is that if you're talking about companies that trade on other exchanges and not U.S. maybe, but I mean, if, I think what they're trying to do, if you're trading on a U.S. exchange, even if you're a foreign company, you will have to comply. Maybe Rick. I mean, it's so easy for me. I've got my little. I mean, it's the default, right? So I just it's right there, Gemini. I love it. I have to admit. What I find wild about it is you can. I know I talked about this yesterday, but you can ask some just what I consider some very convoluted questions and even stumble around, in trying to ask something. And boy, it's an amazing how bang on it is. So who is this Mod V? I know some of you were talking about this. I think some of you were talking about this yesterday. Is maybe a potential. Oh, was that you or not? That was another one. That was not Mod V. It was a China stock, wasn't it? Or maybe it was Mod V. Well, I thought it was more in the 20 or 30 cent range. That one that you were talking about that you were going to swing. Relatively new, Chris, in our YouTube room. I mean, I've been using it for a while, but Google is now also AI something or other. It's called AI something. They're releasing it, or not Google. Maybe it's Android users. I can't remember. I just saw something about it yesterday. I typed in and it says it's not available for me yet. Mod V guys, who's in this one? Even if you lie, tell me. No, seriously. I mean, this is look at that, 135% now. That's a that's a classic bottom fishing play. Well, if you got Velo at little controversial yesterday because when you look at the so this was Velo was a SPAC. I guess the symbol was a SPAC all back here. They were looking to merge with the company, then they called it off. Okay, they called it off in December of 2022. They called it off, and then this company, you can see operates as a technology company. So I don't believe it was a SPAC again. I believe it was just because it looked like this was like an official IPO back here. Okay. I wouldn't set targets, Natasha. That's where, you know, what do you think like when you say you don't know where to set a target, in other words, to take profit, try using the cloud wave. Okay. Just try it. It might help you keep in trades a lot longer. I find that people put targets on, to me, they're somewhat artificial. Why would you get out of something if the trade is still working? ACMR is not a bad example. Okay. You look at ACMR, if you got in here, the wave is still blue. Now it's flattening out. Now, the trend may be starting to change, but there's no reason to get out of this trade yet. Okay. If the trade is still working. Now, I'd be looking left to see where the next highs are, maybe on a daily chart. I'd be making sure I knew where maybe the 200-day moving average was. Is it getting close? Things like that. But yeah, so just because you put a target, so there's a good question though. I mean, you got into ELAB right now. Just because you put a target doesn't mean, of course, it's going to hit it. So if you were at all profitable, then it starts dropping, and ELAB is a is a very volatile stock. So if you said to yourself, well, okay, my target is up here at I don't know 350. You get in at 3, and it moves up to 330, and then you see this, and you've seen what's happened earlier. In my opinion, you just can't wait to your target, which is sort of an artificial target. You just can't say, well, I'm going to hang on until it hits my target. You've got to manage the trade, in my opinion. So, I mean, I'm just going to use some numbers. If you got in at 3 and it popped up to 330, and then you're seeing what happened earlier, how volatile it was, and then you see it start moving down, I would take some off. Okay. I'm using those numbers just as an example. You just can't wait, for your target to hit. What if it got within 10 cents of your target and it stopped and started moving down? Are you going to wait? So there is some definitely, some, if you want to call it trading experience, but you just can't allow a profit to turn negative. Well, again, with ELAB with 1.2 million in the float, it's been very volatile. I'm still holding out later on in the day that it might have that big push through the high. It may not do it. The other thing, I mean, if you're not used to trading stocks like that, maybe you might want to trade stocks that are a little less volatile. Talking to Natasha in our YouTube room. So, what are the chances that Mod V hits $1.60? Well, I mean, okay, the next high looking left is $2.15. But for all the reasons it went down yesterday, they're still in place. I mean, this has been in a huge downtrend for a while, and then got hammered down underneath a dollar yesterday. So yeah, this is just like a bottom fishing play. I don't think there's any specific news on this one that's saying, You know what, guys? We're gonna have a giant turnaround in our company. I mean, yesterday they filed for voluntary bankruptcy or voluntary Chapter 11. So I mean, that news is still there. It's not like they said, you know what, we were just kidding. Well, you wouldn't want to buy now because you're chasing it. So when you ask what are the chances that it'll hit $1.60, I mean, anything is possible, but it seems highly unlikely. But because it's already up 122%. But how are you coming? I'm just talking to Natasha. Like, how are you trying to determine what your target would be? I don't have targets so much. I just look left to see where a stock could go. That doesn't mean that's my target. Okay. It just means, okay, I can get in, I'm not going to take this trade right now, but imagine it was, just sort of basing or it was down here and it broke over $1. And I thought, okay, take a flyer. And because it's got a long ways to go to hit that next high. No, I'm not suggesting it would ever hit that next high. But what I want is for that next high on the daily chart not to be so close. So, for instance, if this were at $1.04, breaking through $1, and then that high was at $1.20, I wouldn't take the trade. I want to see a lot of room for a stock to uh, potentially move. But I don't call that a target. It just means I don't really have to worry about resistance, at least chart resistance, for quite a while. So I'd be in this if I were in this trade. I'd be just sort of trying to ride the wave. Of course, and you're saying like a typical or a dollar amount. Of course, it depends on the price. I mean, obviously, the next high up here at 215 from 122 is a huge percentage. But if you're looking at Apple as an example, and the next high was $1 away, not quite the same thing. So it depends on the price of the stock that you're looking at. But that's why I love the ELAB earlier. And I'm still holding out later on. It might do it because when you look left, expand this a little bit. So when you look left, you can see there was a high there on the weekly, a high there on the weekly at 320 odd. So it broke through that, yes, but it pulled right back down. If it happens again later, I may get interested in it because then when you look left on that weekly chart, the next high is 558. So I mean, there's definitely some room for it to move before it starts hitting some chart resistance. Again, never. I'm not saying it's going to get there. So that's not my target. I mean, it'd be awesome if it got there, but that's not what I call my target. Give me a moment, please, guys. But Natasha, I would really, try to incorporate the trade wave. Okay, maybe give you a bit of a guide to be able to keep in a trade, regardless of what you think your target is. Because what if it goes through your target? Are you going to get out of a trade if it hits your target? if the trade is still working. Now, I will say this, I know I repeat myself a lot, but, you know, I mean, this is not bad on the ante, okay? And even though it's a pretty low float, that's not bad. I mean, look at the wave. I'm not saying to take the trade now. I'm saying if you were in this trade, maybe you took it on a VWAP break, okay? That purple line was the VWAP, and it broke through, and you watch it at the VWAP a bit, and you said, okay, and it was blue right there, so the trend was starting to move higher. So you maybe took it at 249. Now, on that move right there, there's no question I would take some up. No question. And this is what I'm saying, on the lower float stocks, the more volatile ones, sometimes it's a challenge to keep in the trade, even though you would have been rewarded. Because these things have pierced, and you can see a couple of bars that, almost pierced down below. But if you're taking some profit in this area, especially if you got in even earlier, say you got in at 2, then you can kinda hold on. You can take some profit in this area. Don't get out of everything, and then see if the wave still, turns blue for you. Didn't Not turning blue, it remained blue the whole time. So the question in our YouTube room, do I use auto? I never have auto traded in my life, and I will never auto trade. So no, the answer is no. The reason being is that I always want to be able to click on an alert an alert that I get, do a quick look at the chart, and see whether or not I want to take the trade. Okay, see if what I mean, you know what I mean, Natasha. I mean, this could hit $1.60 the way it's going, but I always want to check the chart first to see if I really want to take the trade. Because I get an alert in anything doesn't mean I just pile into the trade. If I click on something and I look left and I see there's a high that's very close to where I am, and I won't take the trade. What if the 200-day moving average was very close to where I am? What if the VWAP was getting in the way? So I'm sizing it up pretty quickly. So no, I will never auto trade. Now that doesn't mean you can if you want to do it yourself. I mean, you can auto trade. You can auto trade your own scan, back test it. If you like the results and back testing it, I would try it in the simulator first. And if you still like the results, I mean, you can do it, but very few of us do it. If I thought it was the way to go, I would do it. Believe me. Now that is the money machine. Now that is different. You have to auto trade it. Yes. Okay. That is designed specifically for auto trading. Now I don't. You can. I mean, there'll be a couple of ways you can do it. You can auto trade the entry and then manage the exit on your own. Or if you have a lot of faith in whatever, the stops that you're going to put in place, you can have it auto trade like entirely. I will never be able, well, never is a long time, but I'm in Canada and the broker, you really need a commission free broker to be able to do that because, you can be in and out of a lot of trades all day long. So you really need a commission free broker. And there is not one available for me in Canada that will do it. Now, would I do it anyway? The, next week, next week, I've been told that any of our premium subscribers will have access to the money machine in simulation mode. So you can take your own tree map, whatever you want to design. There will probably be some ones that the company will, say, well, you can try this one, and you can see how it works. Oh, I'm sorry, not no, NOV Trader. I saw you actually asked that question a while ago. Okay, I have a feel. I think the calendar. Okay, am I right? They really changed. Did we get rid of the calendar? Okay, so yeah, it was not working properly. I don't see it anymore. So that's the answer. Okay, so you must have maybe, unfortunately, that guide is or that particular link that you're looking at is probably old. But yeah, you can see that the calendar tab is not there anymore. I know it used to be, but as Pepe said, it wasn't working properly, so they got rid of it. Okay, so the money machine, no, it is not available yet. But as I said, it'll be released next week in simulation mode only to anybody who has a premium service. Okay, in simulation mode only. After that, I don't know how long it would be. Hopefully, at some time in the future, that will actually release it so you can trade your live account. Now, I don't know what Dan. I think Pepe, you said that Dan might expand that first 100 to 200 because there's a waiting list right now that was created. I mean, this has been in development for a long time. Okay, I think since last July and August or August. And what we said was the first 100 people could sign up now. When it became available, if it became available, you would be charged $2,000 for it upfront for the year. And so there were 100 people that did sign up, but now Pepe is saying because I wasn't listening to Dan yesterday. Dan is our CEO or the CEO, not. I don't work for the company. I'm a consultant, but so Dan, the CEO of Trade Ideas, usually every Wednesday between 12 and 1, he takes over the YouTube feed or starts a YouTube feed stream, and he talks about it a lot. So yesterday he said that he's at 100%. It'll be released to the premium subscribers next week. No, no, no. It's 2K for the year. Okay, not not for the month, Rick. $2,000 for the year. But as Pepe says, it's flexible. I mean, it was supposed to be just for the first 100. Maybe he's going to expand it to 200. I don't know. I mean, you know what? You just have to wait and see. Boy, this was a nice one, guys. I did not take the ante. Wow. Didn't see this in the pre-market. I don't think I saw this in the pre-market. It really didn't make it. It did not make the top 15 up in the pre-market, so I didn't see it. But once the market opened, this ante just ripped. And it's on a financing. Not That's not usual. That's not usual. You know, so the financing looks like this is at 223 a share. It's not usual that a stock rips so much higher than the financing price. In fact, normally when you see a stock doing a financing, the stock gets hit a bit, sometimes a lot. Okay, so show you how you can configure B plus. Okay, now I don't use B plus. Okay, but you're just talking about in general. So you click new from the toolbar. You click on brokerage plus. Well, it'll be blank, yeah, because there's nothing in it. Now these column headers that you see, okay, these column now this is what you'll be able to when the money machine becomes available in simulation mode. This is how you're going to start it. Okay, but I can't do it because there's a setting that is preventing me. Hopefully next week when they're released, I'll be able to I'll be at least able to try it. But in general, you don't have to use just the money machine. If I click on a symbol, MODV, I wonder if it is not. I wonder if they just designed it so now you can't even practice trading. I'm in simulation mode, paper trading. No, there is not. Unfortunately, JK, there is not. Maybe down the road. The question was, is there a way in which you can create a scan which will show you when a buy flag shows up? What is going on here? You guys don't have access to this, I don't think, right? Because just one moment, please. Yeah, so I can't demonstrate it, guys. I mean, it looks like as Pepe is saying, what is supposed to happen? I mean, what's supposed to happen is that when I click on an alert, the symbol shows up here. I can pick, how many shares I want and the bid, but it appears like it's broken. Um, it looked like it's just completely designed to run the money machine. That's not good because I'll have to ask the guys that. But the bot, how to use it would typically would have been you click on an alert, the symbol shows up, you can pick how many shares you want, you click the buy and the send button, and then you're in the trade in the simulator. Let me ask Yeah, so I can't tell you, I cannot demonstrate. I mean, I'm in paper trading. Unless money machine settings, yeah, I don't know, cancel. I no, I sorry about that. I can't help you. I can't help you. I'd have to go back a couple of builds or something. But hopefully, all you should in yours, because you don't have all this yet. You should just click on a symbol. It should load in the box. You can pick how many shares you want to trade, and then click buy, and then send, and then that'll get you into the simulator. Okay, and our simulator uses excuse me, uses our real time data. But right now, it doesn't appear to be. I'm not able to use it the way I was. It looks like it's just designed 100% for the money machine. What have I got here? Help and about. So I'm on 109. That's a development version though. I don't want to. If I reinstall the build, I know what you mean, but yeah. But that's the idea of it. Okay, that's the idea of it. Okay, guys. Um, I've invited Chris to come into the room. He may not be able to. He might be too busy. Just want to show him what's happening. Okay, so Chris is going to pop in the room. Okay, and I'm just going to show him what's happening for me. He says it is working on his end, so maybe there's some setting I'm not aware of now. All right, guys. So Elab, yeah, Elab is. I'd love to see it get back over 3 though, and just rest there for a while. It may not do it. That might be it. Boy, anti. So look what happened. It pulled back into the VWAP, guys. If you're a bit of a VWAP player, it pulled back into the VWAP and it held. and it's popping off it now. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I always look at these that have financings and they're way above the financing price. I'm thinking to myself, well, you know what? Maybe they will start to drift down to the financing price eventually. But even if that happened, I cannot take advantage of that. It's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, guys. So I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. He says he's going to show up in a couple of minutes or so. I will be taking a break at noon Eastern. Andy will take over for me in our YouTube room. Okay. While I am on my break, the main room will obviously still be open, but I will not be on the mic. But Andy will take over for me in our YouTube room at around noon. Before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link into the main room so you can head over and listen to Andy if you want to. Okay, that might be it for the Mod V, guys. No shares available for me, of course, at Interactive Brokers, but that might be it. You can see how on the 5 minute now it has turned orange for ELAB. Still blue, you see, it depends on the time frame, but I mean, I'd be pretty. So if you're going to use a 15-minute time frame, you probably have to have a wider stop. So Angie did pull back to the VWAP, and look what happened. It did hold for a while anyway. ANTE. Ah, Chris. Okay. So watch what I do here. Okay. So I've loaded Brokerage Plus. I click on SIM. Okay. And I make sure I am connected. I'm connected. Okay. So in the past, all I had to do, and my accounts, I'll even check PI paper trading. Okay. So in the past, all I had to do was just click on the symbol. I'm clicking on MODV. It would load in here, and pick the like before. But nothing is happening. It's like the money machine is overriding everything. You do see what I'm doing. I'm just clicking on different symbols. It should load into the box. I'm just trying to use the simulator as before, but it's almost like the money machine is overriding all of that for me anyway. And I'm on that development version. I've done that several times. You asked me to open it and close it. New, Brokerage Plus, and here we are. Positions. I'll do it again. Click on the sim. Make sure I'm connected. I am connected. Make sure the account is TI Paper Trading. So I don't know what else I could do. And then click on a symbol. Well, just one moment, Chris. Just let me shut my music down. Okay. Okay. Can I do what? Boy, I was hoping. I was going to give you a gold star if that had been it. So so you're saying that for you it's working. Hmm. I've done a reset. Oh, why won't it open? No, I'm clicking on it, left clicking on it or right clicking. I'm left clicking on it. It's not opening. Options or oh, performance monitor. Okay. Ah, you know what? Might have been opening on my other monitor. So right. I'll try it a little later. The reason I have tried, not today, I did not try to, but I have noticed this before. This is not the first day. I didn't really think too much of it. So no, I know what you're going to say. Does it at least show the bid ask? No. Hmm. And I'm on, help and about. I'm on 109 primary. Stump the Chris, this is called. Stump the Chris. Okay. I will restart later on, okay? And but I understand, I have looked at this in past days, and the same thing happened. I was just testing it on my own, but I didn't really think too much about it. And, I had noticed that, how come the symbols aren't loading? So, obviously, I've done many restarts since then. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Now, what Pepe said was maybe just do a like, reinstall it, but, 109, but I could do that later, I suppose. Okay, bye. Yeah, exactly. Okay, guys. Well, I just Chris Farley at Trade Ideas, who was trying to help me. He is our support guru, and so if he couldn't figure it out right there, so Pepe may be right. I may have to do a reinstall or something, but yeah, because for him it is working. No, it is not. So yours is unresponsive also, and this is Chris in our YouTube room. No, the simulator is for everybody. Okay. In other words, you just have to have a standard subscription, and the simulator is available for use for everybody. So that's not the reason. So that's interesting. So you're not able to get it running either. Okay, guys. Well, I'm going to be taking my break pretty soon, so I'm going to just get the YouTube link into the main room. Okay, so there's where you can go at noon. Andy will be there at noon taking over for me for an hour. I'll be back after an hour. Okay, back around 1 p.m. ET. So I'll stick around until Andy shows up. Okay. Well, maybe I could close it and reopen it, but understand I have tried this before, not just today, and I noticed that hey, what's happening? It's not loading the symbol. So obviously, since then I've open and closed my program many times, but maybe today would work. DB says the Fed will cut 25 in September and December. Okay. Hmm. Thoughts on, and I had that up and running before, NVNO. This question from our YouTube room. Well, okay. The best I can say about it is that again, remember, for all the reasons it got hit like this, they're still around. So it's a little bit like the Mod V. So the high yesterday was 111, I think. Then the next high is so. I mean, it could, in theory, if it takes out yesterday's high. Give me a moment. I want to get rid of the browser interface so I can see the high there. So it's 110. So it's right there. So in theory, if it can take this out in a big way, it has a shot to the 140 level, I guess. But remember, all the reasons this was down, they're still in place. And this happened because the FDA has not approved its venous valve PMA submission. That was the bad news they got hit with on that day. So it's not like the FDA has turned around and said, you know what, we'll reverse the decision. So it's just a bottom fishing type play.
Hello, Mr. Barry.
I did not hear the little pop, Andy.
I noticed you didn't call it out. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Just give me one moment. Okay. Okay, guys. So
Okay.
Andy is in our YouTube room now. I put the YouTube link in. You can head over and listen to Andy. So I'm going to mute myself in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And now I can officially greet Mr. Andy to the YouTube room.
Mr. Barry, how are you, buddy?
I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah. Nice.
The market obviously liked what
Boy, it sure
Mr.
did.
Powell was saying.
It sure it did. It did. I wish I'd have been more leveraged, but no, it's fine. No, I'm doing fine. I just wish could have been a little more aggressive. But
Well, look at that 10 o'clock spy candle. And so it was literally at 10 o'clock. He must have said,
Yep,
okay, maybe
exactly.
we're ready for, because that was instant.
It was.
I mean,
It was totally
instant.
instant. I wasn't expecting it that quick and caught me off guard. Luckily, I had a few positions.
Yeah.
But day's not over. I mean, no, I'm having a good day, but I sometimes I want, greedy, Barry, greedy.
How are your China stocks doing?
You know what? They're doing good. They're doing good. I'm really loaded up on Lee right now, and the reason I am is if you take a look at NEO and XPET.
Yeah.
And now look where
NEO
Lee
had a
is
nice
trading.
little day.
It has been just getting hammered, and this is just a sympathy, hopefully a sympathy move. It can get through this 10-period moving average. I think it'll have some pop, and I'd probably.
I'm sorry, which one are you talking about? I can't
LI,
see.
LI. I'm sorry. I said
Lee. That's okay.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
So
Oh,
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah, yeah.
look at
It
it
has to
compared to
catch
Neo
up.
and XPEV. I'm like,
Yeah.
and this used to be the leader in that
Yes,
country. So I'm like,
I agree.
I think there's could be a nice move in this one coming up. Maybe not today,
Mhm.
but we'll see.
Yeah, you've got the 200-day, around 25.65, so you still got a little bit of room.
Hmm. Yeah.
So,
Oh
yeah.
yeah. It's got to get through the 10 though. It's butting up against the 10 right now, and it's been trying it all morning. So if it can get through that 24, I think it might have a nice little pop.
So I should phone my banker and get everything into this one? Is that what you're
I
saying?
would, yeah, I'd put the
Oh,
farm in there,
okay.
man.
Just oh.
No, no,
Well, let
guys,
well,
I'm
let
just
me leave
kidding,
and get on
right?
the phone right away.
China stocks are nasty, this. And
Okay, Andy, listen,
probably
I'll
what it'll
leave
do,
you.
Barry, it'll sit
What
here and do nothing and then gap up 4 points on.
Yeah.
You know how they are.
Yeah,
But
exactly. But you're right, it is lagging. It is lagging, XPEV and, Neo.
totally. And I don't I don't know the reason, but uh, I don't care. I just wanted to go through
You
that.
don't care,
I don't
exactly.
care.
It is what it is,
That's
as
right.
they say. Okay. Okay, my friend, I'll see you in about an hour.
All right, Barry, enjoy.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye bye. Hello, everybody. Let me get. Oh, I forgot to get the chat room up. Hold on just one second. Let me get over here and pop out the chat real quick. And why do I not have pop out? Uh, huh, crazy. I don't have the pop out option, which is usually at the top. Oh, because I'm in StreamYard, you dummy, which looked exactly like the page I was on, obviously. Hey, Peppy, how are you? Hi, Chris. Welcome to the support webinar. We will dive in here in a little bit, maybe do some money machine stuff. Let's get one started right now. Okay, since I don't have a whole lot going on right now, so let's fire up the money machine. All right. So first of all, let's think of a good strategy. Okay, I think I have one in here. Okay, let me just go ahead and pull it up and kind of go over the strategy first. That's always good. Okay, this one is one that is basically, look at the top there, XPAB. It's looking for up 2%, below 70% in range. Now, this, when anytime you see position in range without a word in front of it, like a 10-minute, 15-minute range, it's referring to the day intraday range. So let's take a look at the configuration and see what we're building here. So we're just going to look at the filters, and I'm probably going to make this volume today higher in the future. I'm going to test it today, but looking for stocks that are up at least 2% from the close. Okay. Volume today is 200,000 shares at least. Relative volume 1.5. And then position and range. I want to only see stocks that are in between their 50 and 70 position in the range. Now, what that means is they have to be in the upper half of their intraday range. Okay. But they cannot be more than 70. So, in other words, they're 30% uh, off of the high when you're focusing just on the range for the day. Okay, if that makes sense. All right, let's fire it up and see what we got here. We'll keep this open so we can kind of monitor the stocks as well. And we're going to go to the money machine. All right, and we're going to load our strategy. I think we can load it from here. Yep, up 2%. All right, I'm keeping the default settings. I haven't started playing around yet with these default settings. Uh, Minimum price, maximum price, that's all right. I don't want to use the trade wave in this one. I want to just uh, oh, and by the way, I am sorting by position and range. Okay, so the ones that are closer to that 70% mark are the ones that's going to be on here. All right, now keep in mind the market has gone a long ways today. It's a Friday afternoon, could be getting tired, could be very sloppy right now, so let's not judge too much on the performance on a Friday afternoon. But let's do observe the executions. Okay, let's jump into the stops. looking at a 3%. I'm gonna crank that up because these you're looking for a move right away. So I'm gonna put that at 1%, and we'll put this at 3. I'm gonna put that at 2. That may be pretty tight, but you know what? If these are setting up and they fail, then I don't want to have uh, anything to do with them. All right, so let's save profile. So it's loaded now. All right, now we're going to go to the money machine. I have a paper trading account open. So, okay, so what I need to do is turn it on the money machine, close out the paper trading. All right, and we will fire it up. All right, so start money machine. Let's see what happens. All right, I'm not going to keep this open down because I'm going to have the top list up. So I'm gonna that kind of bugs me when it's down there. All right, so let's see what it's taken. Let's take a look at the trades. BHFN. Okay, not bad. I would rather it be. Now I can always come in here and fine tune this where it has to be above my 10 period moving average. But for now, we're just going to use that 70% range for today and get us in. DK. Oh, okay. Yeah, that looks pretty nasty, but yeah, it doesn't look bad. Hopefully it's settled down. We won't get any more of this action. Uh, DNLI. All right. See, these are so you're not chasing green bar like Steve mentioned yesterday in the webinar. You're not chasing stocks that is near highs today. You're basically looking for pullbacks and a possible bounce, and maybe it can go through highs. Oh, yes. How do you find Lee? Lee, real quick, let me just put it on here. And this is just, I've always been trading for 27 years, and I trade a lot of China stocks. And uh, this is obviously in a downtrend. It's nothing very pretty about it. I nibbled on some yesterday, added some today, actually taken some profits, but this is total sympathy. Just call it a sympathy trade. Okay. When you see Neo, these are its competitors. Look at Neo's move. It's still going higher. Look at XPEV. Just huge moves. And here you have Lee, which has been in a downtrend and stuck in the mud. I am betting this is going to reverse, and that's what I want to see right there. Just went to highs, popped above this 10 period moving average. Now let's see some follow through, not just get slammed right back down, because I got a pretty good position in this thing. So what I'm going to do is just set an alert if I have this thing wants to break that 10 period moving average. 10 period moving average. I can always cut down my size if it doesn't want to go. Yes, I can share this scan. Let me go ahead and share it with you. I'm just going to call it 70% range. There you go, Iris. No, not yet. We're only in paper trading right now, Chris. So we're not open to brokers right now. That will be coming soon. Dan is testing it, I believe, with E-Trade, and the plan is to have, and I don't know when each one will be added and all that, but eventually to have IB, E-Trade, and Alpaca, and uh, hopefully TradeStation. I'm working a deal with TradeStation right now that hopefully we can put together uh, and add them to the forum. All right. So honestly, if I'm trading this money machine, I'm going to probably be very active, especially if you have free commissions. So in other words, I want these things to work. So sometimes I may not even give it to the stop. It's like this volatile one right here. I didn't like the volatility I see in this. I don't know what happened there an hour ago, but kind of scares me. So I may be quick to just get off this thing, get out this thing. Uh, and once again, these are pretty decent setups. Oh, and pay no attention to my P&L because I'm worth there. There's bugs in this P&L, and we'll see if it's better today. So far, it doesn't look bad. Yeah, looks like it's doing good so far. So maybe have to ask Brad if they fixed it. But hold on just a minute. I'm gonna stick. Okay. Yes, yes, you can increase the volume because I noticed you get some stocks in there, especially on days like we've seen recently where market's just been kind of a mess, where you get some spready stocks, and we don't want that. So if come in here, see this one's doing fine. This is doing 4 million. DK should be doing fine. These are all doing yeah, plenty of volume. So just give you an idea, if you don't, if you know, if you're in a trade, you're going to have immediate access. You're going to have control of your stocks to get out of when you want to get out of them. So uh, yeah, I just to show how it'll fill back in. I'm going to go ahead and exit this one, and it fills it with another one. The highest, well, EMPG was the highest on the board there. So we'll take a look at it. Yeah, not bad. Boy, it's finding some wicked stocks though. And another way maybe to prevent this kind of action is you could always come in here and use a uh, average daily volume filter. So in other words, a lot of these stocks that you'll find on here, maybe they only typically do 100,000 shares a day, but for some reason there's news today, they're very active. Well, those kind of stocks can be, oh, look at this too, float 503, 503. So you can always come in here and put a volume filter in it where it has to be doing, let's say, 500,000 shares a day on average over the last 3 months or something like that. If you want to trade those type of stocks, if you want to avoid these uh, typically low volume stocks that are just active because of the news. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You could add that. You could add that to an average true range filter if you wanted to, Iris. You know, that would be, it's like look at this thing. It's nasty. It's already stopped because I had it 1%. And you can always kind of go through your scans too. And if you see if you see something you really like on top, what you could do is, exit maybe a loser if you something like this zine that is trading with a little more sanity. You could always close one out, and then so watch this. It should get me in that one next if I close that one out. Maybe I don't want to close that one out. Where's that nasty one I find? Okay, so this BVHN is working. And we don't have to sit here. That's the thing about these things. If you put a stop in it, I put a 1% stop. You don't have to sit here and stare at them. NFE. Yeah, that's a nice looking trying to pop up there. It's running right into its 20 period. Now this market's getting kind of droopy here. It broke through the Qs have broke through their. We'll come back to this. I'm going to take a look at my positions over here, make sure nothing's getting away from me. And I don't really, like I said, most of my stuff is China stocks, Amazon and Tesla, still like that. Tesla, I sold some today, but I wouldn't mind getting back in that if it pulls back to a level that I like. Check something real quick, guys. Hang on. All right, everything's fine over there. This XNet is one that I thought it may want to, fill this gap down here. It already filled the one over here. This is when I got in back on this day right here. It made some decent money and I added back into it. I had a small amount of shares. I added back into it today, but it's not acting like I want it to act. So I do have a stop if it breaks that 7 to get out of some because I probably bought a little more than I should. All right, let's take a look at the money machine again. Take off paper trading and stick it on the money machine. See what we got. Now the market's bleeding, so probably not the best environment, but we'll see. And this is where you guys are going to come in. So a lot of people are thinking, and this is a great example, that they can just come in, turn it on, and walk away. Well, you want to do it when the conditions are right. Maybe maybe this morning, right before the Powell comments, it would have been a good time to turn it on. But right now, you got your market bleeding through its moving averages, its 10 period moving averages. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, so far they're just slopping around. That's the thing. I have the unfortunate. I mean, I like doing Fridays, but unfortunately, it's not the best for trading Friday afternoons. But we'll just see how it works. What is that? Just went from. See, this is a spready stock. All right. I'm not sure what the float is, but this is a spready stock. And so Iris, something else weak you can always do is you can put spread in there and prevent stocks that are trading at a 50-cent spread because as a matter of fact, I'm probably just going to close this one out. Okay, let me go ask some questions flying in here. Let me make sure I get everybody. Hey, Mike, see how you doing? Okay, got that one. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just going through these slowly here. Yes, yes, I don't know what you call you. I'm gonna call you Aussie. uh, yes, you can flatten. You can flatten them at any time. You're gonna have the ability to do that. So let's take a look at this SDM. That actually doesn't look that bad. See, I just made this on the fly. So probably what I would do would come in and fine tune this so you don't get stocks like in the middle of no man's land. I can make sure it's above its 50 period moving average. Uh, this is just a raw, base strategy, so you guys could see. Uh, but yeah, anytime you don't like one, what was it that I guess I already got stopped out of that one. And not only that, you see something you like, you can add to your position as well. So you're basically going to be kind of just a little small portfolio manager. You something's going against you, you cut it. Something's working for you, and you like the setup, and maybe you add to it. Now, what I'm going to like as well is, in the future, you'll have the ability to add like a watch list to it. Like I have these stocks that I do every morning for the trader eye, and like this open was on here and just had a nice pop. Well, a lot of these things had a PSIX was my call this morning in the trader eye, my top call. And this is one that, if I had it in a scan with tied to the money machine, it would have got me in automatically maybe this morning, and still working for me. Uh, swim. So I could put together like a watch list and be able to monitor these things. So what we'll do, yeah, because I'm not liking some of these spreads that are coming through. So I probably would come in here and fix this thing. Yeah, this one's a spready one too. Yeah, so it's let me see if I can let's do something here. Let's close this out. Okay, stopped it and it exited all my positions. All right, so let's configure. I guess I'm sure you can configure this on the fly. And let's come in here and just so you guys get a better idea what I'm talking about. You can come in here and do average daily volume. We'll just use a 10-day add filter. So I can come in here and do 500,000. And I can come in here and say 50 SMA. Okay, so there's a 50 SMA. We only want to trade things that are above it. So we're going to come in here and do add filter. And we're going to put a minimum of 0. That tells us it has to be above its 50 period moving average. All right, so let's click OK. See how much it changes. Of course, it's not going to do it for this one I have built over here, but it's going to do this internally in the money machine. All right, we're going to save profile and let's fire it up again, see what happens. See if we get some better stocks. And I'm not sure it took. Yeah, so far I'm seeing the average daily volumes over there. Yeah, they're all above. But the market's bleeding lower. So if I'm watching this in the queues, probably what I would do is maybe I'd watch this 5-day moving average, and this is kind of the low back over here, put an alert in it. And then maybe when we get down to there, and that's going to marry up with a 20 period moving average. So this is where, as a trader, you have control. I tell people all the time, uh, there's tons of great strategies out there, auto trading strategies. The problem is a lot of people do not know when to turn them on and when to leave them off. This morning, good time. Now that we kind of rolled over, we're breaking, maybe you want to cut it off. Maybe you want to look for an area where you can cut it back on. So, uh, it's just like the last few days in the queues. I mean, if you're running a long strategy through all this mess, you're probably not doing very well. Maybe this is where you want to put some short strategies together. Bring it back over. Oh wait, that's not even the right one. All right, we'll see what else it brings in if we don't like something. Like this one's under pressure, under its 10 period moving average. Not seeing a lot there. All right, so let's cut that. See what else spring comes over. Sound is rolling over. I was in that earlier, but scalped it because it ran into the 20 period moving average. Judging if I want to nibble back in this thing. Well, it's kind of in no man's land right now. All right, let me see. Yes, 3 sharp. People liked what Powell said so far, but we are kind of bleeding a little bit. Can you set up a chart using the strat price action using candlestick, using the 1, 2, and 3 bars on the chart? Not sure, AJ Burke, what you're talking about. I don't know if you mean set up a scan. There's not a whole lot you can set up a chart to do like the. If you're talking about some sort of configuration where you're looking at uh, some sort of strategy based upon like a 15-minute bar chart, if it does there's you're kind of limited in action. We do have a lot of position and range filters. That's what I like to use. They're very powerful, but if you're trying to. I have seen a strat on charts. When you say on charts, you're talking about our charts. What do you mean you've seen a strat on charts? I'm not sure I get that. uh, are you talking about like right click? Yeah, it would have been a good buy down there on that one. Check my paper trader real quick. Yeah, we don't. Okay, the Market Explorer. I see Strat available in scans form. Uh, yeah, yeah. Market Explorer. That's kind of a different animal. Yeah, you can only use. There's not a whole lot you can do with that. You can't pop out any scan or anything like that. It's proprietary, so you can basically all you can do is look at the Market Explorer and take it from there. No, no, no. There's no any type of interaction with the Market Explorer. It's basically uh, just a way for you to find stocks that meet certain criteria, whether it's some sort of MACD moving averages. So let's take a look at anchored VWAP. So you have all these different anchored VWAPs if you want to do that. But no, there's nothing you could do now. Any stock you see in there, you can click on it. Yeah, it's a black box. Thank you, Peppy. It's just a black box. You can click on any chart and any stock in there, and you can see it on the chart. But there's no way to, uh, get the Market Explorer to like build your strategy or something like that on a chart. Sorry about that. All right. Let's go back and see how we're doing here. All right, B market's getting a little bounce, so maybe these things can get back in the green. You're welcome. You're welcome, AJ. That's a nice looking one right there. So this is one where on that pullback it held up pretty good, closed above that 10 period moving average, did not close below it. Now you're getting a little movement here, and if you look left, you're going to see it may have, some room to run. I wish I could zoom in. Let's stretch it out. Yeah, it's getting above a lot of areas here. So this one may have some run to it. We'll see. All right, all of them in the green. Liking that one probably the best, but who knows? This one has a nice little kind of a wedge here in the 15-minute. If it pop back above this area here. All of them, I think. Let's see. Let's take a look at them. Amazon was my top pick today. I am in that one. Uh, no, I'm sorry. PSIX was my top pick. Unfortunately, I didn't catch that one. Dan, where's Dan? Dan did get through, and boy, did it. Just a nice look at that. Touching that 10-period moving average. Boy, just exploded. So Dan and XNet. XNet has not. Another one I'm in. It threatened this morning, but it didn't. And like I said, I got to stop on a big chunk if it does break that 7, which uh, yeah, I can see it wanting this area down here. A lot of times these really strong stocks like that, they don't even give you a chance, don't even come back to the 10, they just explode. But this one, don't like the way it's acting so far. Yeah, it's the Friday afternoon lulls are coming in. It's just dead. Yeah, you know what? I don't 3 sharp. That's a very good question. A lot of times, if I have a lot of conviction, I will. Unfortunately, with luckily, I bought Amazon this morning before he came out and said anything. That's the only one that I bought. I typically am a little bit leery in the first 15 minutes because you do get a lot of head fakes, that just get smashed. So I think it's okay to do that, but I would keep it tight. For those that did not go through, it may not have been a bad idea for me to do that before, he spoke, because that way the action stocks would have just been reacting off and I could have got. I don't know if I could have gotten in. I had to have a pretty wide range as far as slippage goes. So yeah. That you can. It's a lot of times. Yeah, you can do that after the first 15 minutes. Put in their buy orders. I've always been kind of a discretionary guy and just like eyeballing. I always kind of have an eye on the stocks that I'm watching. Where most of them are, probably in my swing trade watcher. So I kind of get a good eye. Wished I would have caught that open today, but uh, 3M was called the other day and just went through today because a lot of stuff popping today. I'd be real surprised if we sold off. And the one that I really like puts in a topping tail. Yeah, it's just Friday afternoon mess. What it is. Everyone I look at looks like they're all doing the same, just pulled back and slopping around. Yes, yes, Pepe is correct. It's not long, and you guys will be doing what I'm doing. Of course, it's only going to be for paper trading, but this is obviously something you want to paper trade for a while before you dive in with real money. Uh, and I haven't really even, taken time to work out. I love working on strategies, and I just hadn't had the time lately. I've been busy with biz dev stuff that I haven't had time to work on it. PLTR is PBA. I couldn't get anything going today. Yeah, yeah, I'm loving the pullback, that it had, and this is why, right at this 50 period moving average, and then it put in a nice little hammer yesterday, and then went through that high of the hammer. So this is one I don't plan on selling any today. I mean, obviously, that could change depending on what the market does, but uh, yeah, Donkey Kong is when was that on the list? It was not too long ago. I've had it a couple of times. Uh, was it recently? Did I have it on recently? I can't remember. Oh, yesterday. Yeah, I had it on yesterday at 45.85. So kind of poked through and didn't do a whole lot, but now it's, boy, I tell you, thing looks like it wants to. This is the earnings high, so definitely one to keep on the radar, because if it does get through that level, I mean, there's not a whole lot. I mean, you're looking at least a 3-point move there. I'll lower that. EMBC. Yeah, that's one that we're in. A little higher. How do I keep them? I typically, what I'll do, 3 sharp is I will use, I use a lot of price alerts. Okay, so even if I didn't take the trade, maybe I'll put a price alert, uh, just like I did in that Oracle. This is one that it's kind of been dancing around this 50 period moving average. It's on there. Uh, Gosh, this XNet's going to get me. I think it already have. Sh- Piece of crap. Let me see. Yep, got a little bit out of that one. Disappointing. Sure, just wanted to shake me out, but I couldn't take a chance. This one's nasty. Yeah, hopefully I can make it up in Lee. Well, I can't make it up in Lee because I've got a lot more Lee than I do XNet. All right, this EMBC trying to poke back above, and you got a nice little wedge here. Look at this volume today. Yeah, I thought I tweaked that, but maybe I didn't. No, I didn't. Well, nonetheless, the spread's not bad. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I do like the way this is setting up. I wished I'd grabbed it, but it's been I made some really decent money on it back over here when kind of broke this level right here. Boom. But man, it's a tough trading stock, man. It just I mean you can see it has some stupid down moves, but you'd have to think, boy, if it does get back through that high, going back to earnings, which I thought were great earnings, but if it can get back through there, could be off to the races. MODV, Mike says. Yeah, looks like it may want that gap. Definitely doing volume. I always get in trouble with these penny stocks. All right, so we got that EMBC trying to poke above and key level here. It's through that. So this thing may want to go to like 1575. So just to give you an idea, like when you're sitting here managing these things, you get something working, you're saying, "Oh, I like that. I like it's breaking out of this wedge here. Maybe I want to come in." Of course, probably won't work today being a Friday afternoon, but let's just say I doubled, come in here and I just added to the position there at 60. Yes, yes. Yeah. NFL's their big season and college as far as that goes. Well, you're going to talk me into running and buying this thing. Not sure why this last price is not working since I added them. Gotta keep an eye on that. Yeah. The cues are not bouncing. I think they may want to date with that, which could be an opportunity there. IWM should be with the news. Explosive move there. Let's take a look, see what you got here. Yeah, kind of congestion. Yeah, if you get around that 150 level, but huge volume. May want to take this thing to fill the gap. You never know. Yeah, that's usually the case. Talking their book. And I bought the high that way. What's Tesla doing? I am in Tesla too. I keep forgetting about that one. Take a look real quick at the cues. It's all, I guess, in the IWM today. KRE. Yeah, Tesla, but Tesla's been tough lately. I'm it's just every time I'm in this thing, going back to over here, is and I mean I had a good average price. Started buying it, I think, on this day right here, and then you think, oh gosh, I think I may have added some on this day, but whatever. And then you got this. Okay, once again, you think, oh boy, here we go again, breaking through a key level, pop, shoot, bleh. This right here, oh, earnings come out, so it's had a hard time. I think if it can eventually, especially since it. So let's put out the trend line that it broke. And you break out and then come right back in. So if it can finally just get up there and quit pulling back, I think it could be off to the races. But it's been a tough one. It's been one of the real tough. And overall, I made money on it, but I'm tired of getting in and out. I like to just buy and hold this thing. Mr. Barry, I
I'm
heard a
here.
click. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here. Well, Friday afternoon.
Yes, it is Friday afternoon. And yeah, I told him I love doing Friday afternoons, but as far as like showing off the money machine, it's a tough time to do it,
Yeah, but so the money machine is in two now. I guess it got out of one of them. Is that
I'm
what
sorry?
happened? The money machine got in, was in, well, right now I see, you're in two positions in the money machine. It took out
3.
one of them. Oh, three. Oh,
Yep.
it seemed to
I'm
disappear.
in 3
Okay.
positions.
All right.
But they're just slopping around just like the market is right now. But
So are you manually exiting them, or is there an auto way to get out for
I
you?
manually, yeah.
Manual. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I do have a stop, but a lot of times what I'll do is if I don't like this BHVN, it just popped up and it looks
Hmm.
like it's gonna, roll over.
Yeah.
I may just flatten, and just let the next one pop in and see what happens.
Right. Okay. And where are you getting? It's not on your chart. It's not on your screen, is it? Where you're getting these alerts
The
from,
well
or where?
well, here there, it's up 2%, but, what I
Oh, I
haven't.
see. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
but it's below its 70% position in range, okay? So
Gotcha.
you're not chasing things that are, up, too much,
Right.
and but I did change my configuration, so that's probably why you don't see this stock on this one.
Hmm.
I went inside. It's nice that you can go inside the money machine and change your configuration without having to, like,
Hmm.
redo your whole scan and reload it again.
Well, I guess we'll keep our fingers crossed for next week. If it, in fact, it is. I guess Dan is pretty adamant that it's going to be up and running for everybody in simulation mode for our premium subscribers. That's still pretty.
I don't see why not, just because Milko trying to break out. Uh yeah, I mean, because from what I'm seeing, it's totally functional. Everything's working, properly. So
Hmm.
I don't know
Okay.
why. Yeah, let the let the
But
people have it. Well,
but is the advice still to manually exit, or to have the thing run
Well,
completely in auto
that's
fashion?
gonna be up to the user,
Okay.
I think the best thing to do is, when you're watching this stuff is like I was telling them earlier, just you're almost like a little portfolio manager, you see something
Hmm.
that's working, maybe you wanna add to that position. You
Right.
see something that fires off and immediately turns red and, maybe you close it out. That's especially if you're trading with free commissions, you can be pretty active with this thing.
Hmm.
So, uh but like I said, it's going to be up to the individual. I think a lot of people may
Right.
just want to let the machine do its magic.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Well, that would be awesome if it works like that, and it does work, and it works well. That'd be awesome. I
yeah,
mean, no
for
kidding.
sure.
Okay, Andy. Well,
All
listen,
right,
you have a great weekend.
all
Don't
right,
shut
Barry.
down the stream.
Yep,
I'm
yep.
just
I'm
going to
gonna stop
remind you.
sharing right now.
Okay, stop sharing.
I think
Okay, there I
was
am.
it. I think it was Steve that got you last time, right?
It might have been you.
No, no,
Was it you?
no. It wasn't. I'm telling you.
Okay. I think it was you the week before. I had 2 days in a row in which I got booted out. I couldn't understand why. So, okay, you
Uh,
know what? I'll blame
he's
Steve. We'll just
There
blame
you go.
Steve.
There you go.
You were
I remember
perfect every
Steve
time.
coming apologizing, saying, "Oh, Barry, I'm
Yes,
sorry." Barry Steve actually stopped it. He stopped the stream one time. Yeah,
right.
yeah. He's probably in here listening to us.
Okay, my
All right,
friend. Well, have a
Barry.
great weekend,
Hey,
and
you do the same, and everybody, you're welcome, everybody, and have a great weekend. Take care, Barry.
okay, bye, Andy. Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms. Let me get rid of the announcement. Start up my music, and let's put an end to this Friday afternoon. Okay, so everything's up and running. I see this NXL showed up a little earlier, and wow, it pulled back right down to $1. Yeah, I'm not seeing much, guys. I mean, the only thing I'm really watching is still the ELAB in case it, goes on a late day run. I mean, it's been fading, but it hasn't faded like horribly. And let's see if it can, number one, get through the VWAP and $3 level on some volume. You never know; it could have a late day run. 142 million shares are traded, 557 times normal. Only a little over a million in the float. I think my big miss of the day was the MNSO. And well, okay, yeah, I mean, a little bit of a downturn now, but the MNSO, look at it on a 15. It was pretty well straight up. 3:30. Okay, William, really? You don't have to. You want to leave when I leave? Go ahead. Well, I was watching The Spy, and I did see a little cloud change. Okay, we'll have to see if this holds. Okay, cloud color change. Okay, we were obviously very bullish from. Let me back this out a little bit so you can see the full. Very bullish from here. Now we're getting a little bit of a cloud change, color change. I do see this ALXO from RAI. I mean, it's got room. It has some room, guys. I looked at it on a weekly chart. I think on a monthly chart. Yeah, I'd look at a monthly chart. I mean, it's got room. It just doesn't. It's just not doing anything. But on a monthly chart, when you look left, I mean, the next high is 152. And not saying it's going to get there, but if you get some volume coming in, not a crazy low. It's 31 million in the float. Not crazy low, but not high. But it has just been stuck in this range, like a 2 or 3 cent range for seems like forever. Easy way to chop up your account, guys. Though, just trade out of boredom. Try to pick things and think, well, maybe this will work, and it doesn't. Another one, maybe this will work. Just because you're bored, easy way to chop up your account. It's interesting. This is the first day that I can remember. These are the only ones from the gap continuation, or this is the don't repeat. Okay, so these are the only stocks that have showed up, and they're all on the long side, either gap up and go or reverse. Nothing on the short side. No gap down and goes, or no gap up and reversals. I think that's the first time I can remember that happening. No, I mean, the market's up, of course, but a lot of times when you get bounces like this, you'll get stocks that have sold off a little bit in early, and then they bounce with the market, which would be that is the gap up, that is the gap down and reversal. So I've just talked myself out of the reason why I'm not getting one of those. But yeah, no reversal stocks from the upside or gap down and goes today. Okay, guys. Now maybe this integer or net gear is going to have another little run, perhaps. Perhaps had the pullback. Okay, and there's the orange wave, and now it's starting to maybe make its way back up again. We look at the 15; it looks different from the 5. It's been blue. Net trade one. What is that meaning? Your what Canadian $2 in our YouTube room? What does that mean? I should have been paying more attention to some of the earnings plays. There are very few of them, but here's Zoom, guys. I mean, just been inching its way up penny by penny most of the days. Whew. Well, ELAB, yeah, I don't know. I may not do it. It's still up 42%, but there's the high of the day, and here it is right here. Was that a YouTube thing, net trade? I don't understand. You say you just bought $2. What does that mean? From Super Chat. Okay. Wow, look at Open, guys. I mean, Open has had a nice, great day, actually. I know there's some who are following this one, Open, not necessarily today, but a few days ago it had a nice pop, and now a big continuation right now, Open. Look at the volume, 382 million shares. It has 661 in the float. So it's traded a little over half the float. Aha. Okay. So this is to do with residential properties online and with a rate cut, perhaps interest rates cut, getting helping companies like this, I guess. Well, the Dow's up 900. I wouldn't that's not in the last, minutes. No. The Dow is up 914. Qs are up. Of course, the SPY's up almost 10. Biggest day we've had in a long time for the SPY, and of course the Dow. But that certainly wasn't in the last minutes, last few minutes. This started right here, right at 10 o'clock, right when Powell said, you know what? We have some interest rate cuts coming up in September and December. And that was almost instantaneous. I mean, that must have been the first thing came out of his mouth. Seriously, because that was almost instantaneous on that 5 minute. In fact, let me just for fun, I'm going to have to back this up. Yeah, I mean, that's a 1 minute. That's a 1 minute chart right here. And look, well, that was within 1 minute. So there was no preamble. So here's the real estate ETF, guys. So it's been kind of advancing a little bit. A big day today because of, I guess, if interest rates start coming down, well, yeah, helps the real estate market. Ooh, okay, guys. Well, listen, one last look at my homepage before we take off for the weekend. Yeah, I didn't look at the individual builder psalms, but the real estate XLRE is up, and of course, I'm sure if you look at KBH and LAN, I'm sure they're up. All right, guys, looking at my homepage one last time this week. So here's the promo code you can use in order to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Barry 15, that'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Save my link, save my homepage link if you do want to come into the main room, because this you have to click on my link and then click on the trading room, and then you can get in. I have to do that every day. And whatever my promo is, right now it's 15. There'll be, I'm sure we'll probably have something for Labor Day. But if you save my link, you'll always be up to date about what the latest promo is. All I ask, please use whatever it is. Helps to keep the room free. Company tracks my promo, well, all the promos, but if they see my promo being used enough, they'll keep the room free. And the trade of the week, right here, you can sign up for the trade of the week. It's free. So you'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you don't get it, you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, Please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Education section, scroll down a little bit, and here's the education section. First thing to do, as always, getting started with trade ideas. Okay. If you take out a subscription, that's the very first thing you do. Mandatory. If you don't have trade, there are, I think, 8 or 9 short videos. If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about it, I would start off with the second video. Take a look at them. That might help make up your mind whether or not you think it's a good program for you to at least try. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is another free series of videos for you if you're new to trading. And last, you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link. Here they are, right in the middle here. Here are my scans that I'm currently sharing. YouTube Net Trade 1 in our YouTube room. Post. I should get him to change this. Maybe I'll remember at the end of today. This should say biggest change in 5 minutes. Could be up or down. And this is the same thing with the 2 minute. If you wanted to have the 2 minute version of this, you could have that. Momentum scan is here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. Gap continuation or reversal scan is here. You see the MNSO over and over and over again. And then the Pepe combo scan is here. Only 2 alerts today. This was, well, the MNSO was a great one early. So if you have any questions about it, anything, don't be shy. You can ask me questions. Except for that one by the class clown, William. New all-time low. So you swung this one and you forgot you had swung it. All-time low, yeah. All-time low, lifetime low. Speaking of beef, look at Beyond Meat. Or speaking of lack of beef, look at Beyond Meat, guys. Unbelievable. $240 stock 2 months after the IPO. I remember when it IPO'd and I wanted to get it at around 30. I think it might have been IPOing around the 25, 30 mark. And I was willing to take it around 35, but it opened at 46. Never looked back. This is the month, but and hit a high of $240. I mean, it was an awesome IPO until it wasn't. Look at it now. Who has Impossible Burgers or Impossible Meat or whatever it's called? Who owns that? What public company trades that or owns that one? I thought Impossible was owned by like a big food processor. No, I'm wrong. Okay, because I have to admit, I tried when it first came out. I tried one of these, the Beyond Meat ones. I didn't like it at all. I tried the Impossible one, and I thought it was okay. Of course, it all depends on how much ketchup and mustard and relish you put on it. Well, you know what? Why do I ask William when I've got Gemini?
It is a privately held company. This means its shares are not traded on public stock exchanges like the NYSE or NASDAQ. Its ownership is held by a small group of private investors.
I don't know why. For some reason, I thought that Impossible Meat was owned by some. It said no. It's completely private. It is not owned by any public company. You were right, but I thought at one point it was, but I guess I'm wrong. Well, you know what? I'm going to ask that question then.
Stock exchange.
It doesn't appear that it was ever. Next Friday, why not today? Regarding the Intel, why next Friday? Can I change the voice to a female voice? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't, I should ask Gemini. Can I change you? There you go. Pepe says you can change it. Yeah, I'm all about function rather than form. So as long as the information is correct. Okay, guys, maybe anti. No, uh, you know what? I mean, you could, again, as I was saying earlier, you can carve up your account at a boredom by looking at some of the, trying to figure out, okay, maybe this will bounce now. But look at it, it's underneath the VWAP. So I would not be looking at it underneath the VWAP. And here we have the Penske files. PSKY guys. So again, this is this Paramount Skydance. Have an alert set up here. The high, 1751 from when it started trading. 4 days after it started trading as PSKY, or this was the merger, of course. Well, Bitcoin is certainly on a roar, Ty. So yeah, I guess Ethereum would be too. So this one's up 14%. I'm sure IBIT is not up the same percentage just because, excuse me, it's more expensive, but let's see how much it is. Yeah, 4%. So yeah, Ethereum is really charging it today. Okay, well, okay. I mean, I guess why are the dormant Bitcoin whales rotating into Ethereum ahead of Powell's Jackson Hole? Okay, speech. So who was that? That's not SBET, is it? Is SBET Ethereum? I can't remember anymore. Is SBET Ethereum? I guess it looks like it is. It's up 15%, but it's sort of rocking on that $1.5 billion dollar stock buyback program. So it is Ethereum. Okay, so that's probably more the reason rather than the buyback. Ethereum itself is just rocking. So, well, maybe I'll become a bit of a believer next week, a little bit more with SPET if it takes out that 2120. For it, it's if you look at a 15-minute chart, it's actually been fairly steadily up for it. It hasn't had too many wild gyrations like it normally does. Okay, guys. Well, I've probably only got about half an hour left. I'll always say later if there are questions, but if you have any questions between now and two, now's the time. More than likely, I can't, unless ELAB has some astonishing move. It's the only one I'm really watching right now. Somebody asked me that earlier. I don't know if it was you, Rick. I mean, I'm aware of it, but I don't make it part of my strategy. I'm just aware of it. So you look at ELAB with that 19% short float. I'm aware of it, but I don't actually use the float or the short float percent in any of my scans. You look at MNSO. I mean, it's got a short float of 1.6%. It's up 17%. It's not, so in other words, I wouldn't restrict myself to, well, I have to only see stocks with a high short float percent, maybe a minimum of 15. Speaking of which, it just made another new high, MNSO. Getting close to that high. That red line is 2648. It's 2646. That is the yeah. I don't use the racing, but anymore. But yeah, you can set up races if you want, Ali. I have a race that I am sharing. I just don't use them anymore. This is what it would look like. So clicking on my homepage link, I think I still have that race here. Yeah, biggest gainers from the start of the race. I'll open it up. You'll see kind of what it looks like. I mean, you can just your races are you can design your own races based on your own set of parameters. So this is what it looks like. I may bring it back. Just maybe have one. This is what happens. Okay, so you have it all races start from a top list window. So this is my top list window that the race is starting from. And here are the filters I've got. Now, this is just me, okay? You can create your own top list window with your own filters. So if the stock is between 1 and 50, the volume has to be at least 200,000 shares, has to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. So those are, not very tough filters. And so and then you can see I can right click on it and launch the real-time stock race. That's what happened here. So what happens with the race, and I'm running a 4-minute race. At the end of the race, there'll be a winner, just like any other race. And over the course, if you start your race at 9:30, you can run races in the pre-market, but if you start your race, say at 9:30, market open, eventually there will be a top 10 list built for you of stocks that have won the most races. You know, when I used to run these races, I'd see stocks, that had won 10, 15 races during the day. So it can make a good watch list for you. So if you are new, yeah, it could make a nice watch list for you just of stocks to follow all day long. Still have to have some trading experience though, because okay, you get something that wins a race or is starting to like this one right here, CGTX. So you click on it, see what's happening, and you can see yeah, maybe a little move here. It's only up. It's up 1.72% since the race started. That's what these that's what these refer to. These percentages. It's only 3 cents. But at the beginning of the day, you can get some really dramatic. Well, it's a little bit like this. Okay, I prefer the tree map presentation, so that at the beginning of the day, you'll see some stocks making giant percentage moves, and that's what you can see here. So again, all races start from a top list window. I could run a race based on this. The only problem is I've only got 6 stocks in here, so it'd be kind of stupid to run a race. But if I uncheck the show tree map, see, it's just a top list window. It's just obviously the one here has a lot more stocks in it, and the reason this only has 6 is because I restricted it to just 6. And you don't have to know all this right now, but in the time frame, set record count, I only wanted to see the top 6. So that's why it's only ever showing me 6 stocks at a time. Here, I didn't care as much because I'm just looking for the one. When I was using races, I'm just looking for the one that's moving the most. There's Velo, guys. Somebody said they had Velo, bought it at 320 something this morning or yesterday. I might bring back the race. Just one of the reasons I stopped the race is that it seemed for my system It seemed to really be a drag on it. But there's nothing stopping me from doing this. Yeah, so I may run it next week and just see what so there's a winner. So MCTR won the first race. And winning a race obviously means it was up the most percentage wise since the start of the race. And the race has just started again. So there's MTNB. It's at 4 point. So actually, take a look at it. I will say this because when I used to use this a little bit more, it was nice to have a top 10 list automatically built for you. And then you could just focus on those stocks all day long. And you don't have to wait for a race to be over to click on it. You see something starting to move up the leaderboard here, click on it and see what's happening. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to learn, but yeah, it's a matter of okay, what seems to work for you, Ali. Okay, I mean, you don't have to learn absolutely everything in this program. It's like any other software program. There's a lot in it, but you don't have to learn absolutely everything in order to use it. Of course, some people don't like race. I haven't been using races for months. I kind of like this because it shows pullbacks. But there's nothing stopping me from, here's the velo. Hey, the velo, I mean, look at this. Velo's over 4 now. So the high yesterday was what, 425? Then you can set again, you can set the race up. All depends on your parameters, what price range you want, minimum volume that you want. I see OPAD is right here. So yeah, you click on it, you see what's happening. You see that it's maybe going to hold over the VWAP. This is sort of I mean, this is a little more I call it more gentle, I suppose, than this because these, as you can see, these flip around pretty quickly right here. Whereas this is a little more steady. You can see the stock as it's moving. Yeah, maybe I'll incorporate it next week in part of the layout because I really don't have to have a giant momentum screen. Just care about the last ones anyway. And when I used to run this a lot more, what used to happen is all of a sudden out of nowhere, some stock you haven't seen all day long, you can just see it running up the leaderboard, and you see, wow, what happened there? I mean, here's one I haven't seen all day. Fathom. Now, Rick, when you first said that, I thought you meant your wife's picture was at the top of the race, but I now I know you meant velo. Yeah, I know it was at the top. You were the one. You were the one who told me about it. So you see the difference here. Here's Mod V. It's up 5.5% within a 5-minute period. Where since the race started, and now you can see. So I mean, there's a part of me that says if you see the same stock here and here near the top, definitely really click on it. Didn't these guys get involved in some altcoin also? SDM. But you can for those of you who don't want to look at stocks that are so volatile, you can create like a large cap race. So for instance, if I did this, I'm just going to open the top list, okay, and then I can make some changes here. Well, in fact, I think I have. I don't have to do that. I think I've done that before. Let's just take a look. Large cap gainers from the start of the race. Okay, let's see what this looks like. So, it doesn't all have to be about stocks that are, low floats or very volatile. If you want to just look at stocks that are more large caps, you know, here's an example of a race, a large cap stock race. If I look at the top list, all I did was I probably took the top list that this was based on, and I added, okay, the float has to be at least 50 million. So it's not going to be a crazy low floater. And the market cap has to be at least half a billion. Now, if you want to have it super large cap, you can, up that market cap to 1 billion or whatever number you want. So, so you can run different races based on your different parameters. So you see how run is moving a little bit now. It's actually not a bad idea for newer traders, because yeah, while these are fun, all these are really a lot of fun when you're on the right side of it. Not so great when you're not, and they can be difficult to figure out how to trade. Where you're going to put a stop, how many shares you're going to take. Not saying this is just a little bit easier because they're not usually as volatile. The larger cap stocks, okay, so might be something you might want to do. A person might want to do. And the same thing will happen. You'll get a top 10 list. That was the original, right, last week. Isn't that what they were talking about? 10% stake in Intel. So this is after SoftBank already put no, how much? Was it 2 billion? $2 billion. That was the day they announced that, I think. But that's only about 2%. Only 2% of the company, I think. This velo is kind of interesting. You listen to this, Pepe, running 2 races, a bunch of other stuff going on. Don't even hear my computer. And again, before people think, "Wow, what a drop," remember, it stopped trading as velo back in December of, 2022. So that just stopped, and then a couple 3 days ago, they did an IPO. You moment, please. So actually what I would probably do if I were gonna run a race is I'd probably run maybe the, large cap gainers and this. I wouldn't necessarily have these 2 are sort of not quite duplicates, but ooh, what's this one all about? Dark iris or dark al I can't tell if that's an L or a capital I. I don't think it might be a capital I, but anyway, DKI. Don't think I've ever seen this one before. Looks like it was an IPO back here. Yeah. Yeah. Watch this one next week. Why not? Gonna put a price alert right there around, you say around just underneath 5. See if it takes that out. Can't recall ever seeing this one before. I'm afraid of the next update, on my computer, Pepe. Well, of course, it's Rick, it's always always using the relative volume also, okay? It's but for me, I probably put well, most of my scans well, these ones are, I think, 200,000, I think, okay? And the reason I did that is because the stock might be just starting out, okay, at the beginning of the day. Um, some of them are 500,000, but remember, it's in conjunction with the, relative volume also, because I explained it to somebody else earlier. I mean, you might say, "Well, stock's trading 1,000,000 shares, it must be pretty good." Yeah, but what if it normally trades 2,000,000? So, it's not abnormal. So I'm always looking for the abnormality. Notice I don't put probably I might start doing that. I don't have the, relative volume as a filter in either of these because, again, I think the reason why my reasoning for not doing that is because a stock could just be starting out, on the way to abnormal volume. But I would say that most of my scans have minimum of 300,000. A lot of them have 500,000, but always in conjunction with the relative volume. But how long can I go without updates, Pepe? Yeah, I mean, in this scan right here, I've got 20 as the relative volume, and it's still not high enough, or something. I'm getting way too many in here, you see, way too many all day long. You could put because look at the relative volume of these. I mean, they're still way over 20. I could put 1,000 and reduce it probably, but I'll definitely run this race next week, okay? And the reason is, again, you're gonna see that when you build this top 10 list, you could get a stock, several stocks that have win multiple races over the course of the day. You follow them then, because if they're that active all day long, an LTSC version of Windows. Now, you think I know what that means? Wait a minute, Gemini, long-term servicing channel. Oh, cool. I will copy that down. How to run. Well, what's the disadvantage then of running, LTSC? What would be the disadvantage? I mean, I can't think of, features that I all of a sudden, I do a Windows update. Oh, wow, look at that new feature. I cannot remember the last time. And if there have been new features, I haven't used them. Yeah, as far as new features, nobody's supporting my hardware. Well, you are, so I don't have to worry about that. Um, compatibility, yeah, I don't care about Microsoft Store. Yeah, doesn't look like there'd be any real downside. So would that mean like a literally a new like a new Windows version I have to launch? I don't worry about I'll look it up. It sounds like something I should be looking at. Look at Palantir now, guys. Palantir is starting to drift down. Oh, it is a new operating system install. Okay. Okay. Interesting. They don't allow you that at the beginning or even tell you. Why would they? They want you to go to Microsoft Store, etc. Anyway, look at the PLTR now, guys. Palantir. So the high today was 163, so it's underneath 160 now. Yeah, so if you're into shorting Palantir, I mean, it's breaking down through the whole number. The cloud is orange. The VWAP, maybe a little close though. The VWAP's at 159.28, so not a lot of room underneath percentage-wise. And Palantir now is, is getting a little bit disconnected from the market. The market is moving a little higher, starting to move down a little bit. A little bit of a disconnect, not a huge. You know what's having a little pop here, guys, is surprised it's not here. Is EEIQ. EEIQ is having a pop. Surprised it's not here. Getting into the VWAP. Maybe this will be a late dayer. Actually, it was an earnings play. It was an earnings play. LYTS, great follow through for earnings. Okay, let's take a look at LYTS. Yeah, you know, I was just going to say, here's how you might want to track continuation from earnings, but I wouldn't have taken this one as an example. I would have, so if when we get back into a lot of earnings, into earnings season, I would keep an eye on the ones that close near the high of the day. This one certainly did not. I mean, this got up to 23 and closed down here at 20. No question, it is now turning into a nice continuation, but I would probably make some kind of a top list of stocks that had earnings and closed, relatively near the high of the day. It doesn't have to be right at the high, but certainly not a $3 drop or a big percentage drop like that. And then follow them the next day to see whether or not there's a continuation. Maybe yeah, use the position in previous day's range filter to see whether or not the stock is above the previous day's high. But pretty simple. All you have to do is, take a look at your earnings plays, and at the end of the day, see what ones are in, say, the upper end of the day's range. Say within, I don't know, whatever percentage you want, 10% of the high, or in the upper range. Speaking of volume, how's the SPY volume now? Is it at least up to yesterday's? And the answer is just about. So even with the market up huge, the SPY volume, I think maybe on another day, maybe not, nah, maybe not the summer. I think the SPY volume would have been like this, but it's going to It still has a couple of hours, so it probably will take this out, but not astonishing volume on the SPY. Okay, guys. Well, it is now 2:03. So William says he's going to keep the room open. Crazy as it sounds, so about 3:30. If there are no more questions, I think I'll take off. Again, if you have a question, I can hang around. Don't have to go. But I'll just go into my general preamble. Room will be open Monday morning. Chris opened it today, so he'll open the room around 7:30 Eastern time in the morning. I get on the mic at about 9. I'll try to open the YouTube room sometime between 8:30 and 8:40, and get on the mic at 9 also. My question is, can I? Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Well, if there are questions, I will. This is leading somewhere, Pepe, because you know all this. No pizza for me tonight. Oh, I see. You're stalling me. Nope. No soup for you. How many Seinfeld isms are there out there? There's Weibo. Weibo on the move here. Yeah, look at Weibo. Could be interesting next week. I'm really amazed, guys. I mean, this is it for today, and I keep looking to see if I accidentally unchecked, but they're all checked up. These are the only stocks today in the gap continuation or reversal scan. This has got to be the lightest day I've seen in a long, long, long time. And you would have thought with the market being up the way it is, that you'd see a lot more gap up and goes, at least. Okay, guys, I don't see any questions, so I think I will take off. So again, thanks for all the help all week. Have a great weekend. We'll see you guys Monday morning. So I'm going to stop the stream in YouTube by YouTubers. Now, if you anybody in YouTube who wants to still hang around in the main room before I shut down that stream, is anybody left in YouTube? Just click on my homepage link. Okay, click on my homepage link. This is for the YouTubers. Okay, anybody wants to come still into the main room. So when you click on my homepage link, and then you see where it says trading room, you can click on this, and you can come into the main room, and that room will be open till 3:30. And also, if you want to get an early start on every day, you come into that room, and the room is open at 7:30 Eastern time. I'll leave that open for another 30 seconds or so in case somebody who's still in YouTube wants to come over. The meaning in life. Buy low, sell high. That's it. That's all you got to know. Okay, guys, I don't see anybody. So I've given the YouTubers if there's anybody left there. I'm going to end the stream for YouTube.